Commissioner Boygan.
Let's unmute Commissioner Boygan. He's on the phone and has called in.
I'll keep going. Commissioner Eaton. Here. Commissioner Gibbs. Commissioner Hahn. Here. Commissioner Hopkins.
Here.
Commissioner Jolan. Here. Commissioner Mesner.
Here.
Commissioner Overtur. Here. Commissioner Putnam.
Here. Give us just a sec.
Of course.
Hi, this is Howard Boygan. Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you, Commissioner Boygan.
Okay, great.
Ms. Vice Chair, you have 8 out of 9 commissioners present.
Thank you. So the first item on our agenda is an opportunity for us to hear public comment. Before we start calling up individuals to provide their public comment, I did want to remind everyone of our public meeting policy. So I will read these brief instructions and then we will proceed to public comment. The Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission has in place a policy to ensure that people of all opinions are comfortable attending public meetings and hearings and are able to express their opinions without fear or intimidation. As public hearings and meetings are official civil proceedings, it is the policy of the COGCC that the following rules of conduct are observed for all hearings in order to facilitate an orderly, respectful, and fair discussion where all points of view may be heard and the commission may conduct its business. The rules of conduct are: number 1, it is inappropriate to cheer, boo, hiss, talk, cry out, applaud, or interrupt a speaker or the proceedings in some other manner. Members of the public are not expected to agree on all issues, but shall respect the process so that all viewpoints are heard. Number 2, the waving or posting of signs, banners, or other materials in the hearing room is not allowed. Number 3, so that everyone can hear the proceedings, side conversations must be taken outside of the hearing room. Number 4, the use of profanity, threatening, or abusive language is not allowed. Number 5, the placement of electronic recording devices and cameras, including but not limited to audio recorders, video cameras, still cameras, motion picture cameras, smartphones, or microphones may be regulated by the chair so as to avoid interference with the orderly conduct of the hearing. In accordance with COGCC policy and Colorado state law, disruption of a public hearing or meeting by audience members will not be tolerated. Disruption is defined as significantly obstructing or interfering with the meeting by physical action, verbal utterance, or other means. Individuals and/or groups who attempt to disrupt a commission meeting or who attempt to thwart the ability of specific speakers to address the commission will be asked to stop their disruption. If further disruption continues, and at the discretion of the chair of the commission, those individuals may be subject to removal by law enforcement from the public hearing and, depending upon the seriousness of the violation, may be prosecuted under state law. The chair also has the discretion, if necessary to ensure an orderly and safe meeting, to clear the hearing room. The state of Colorado has a long and storied tradition of protecting First Amendment rights and taking extensive public input on policy and legislative matters. However, the commission must be able to both hear from the public and conduct the commission's business efficiently. So, assuming we all consent to be bound by those rules, we'll now proceed to public comment. Our traditional practice has been to allow elected officials in the audience 5 minutes and general members of the public 2 minutes to address the commission. Mr. Davenport, do you have a list of names?
I do. Susan Noble, and then any other elected official, even if you're not yet sworn in, please come on up for your public comment time. All right, then we'll proceed to our online signups, and I will read 4 names. We've got 4 chairs up here. I think it'll be more efficient that way. Cody Doan, Janice Brown, Lauren Swain, and Andrew Forks Goodmanson.
I saw Mr. Goodmanson. He just stepped out for a call. He should be back shortly.
Rudy Sheth, if you're here, please come on up. Okay, so we'll wait for Mr. Forks Goodmanson, and I know we've got some folks who signed up here America Sherwood. Mr. Forrest Goodmanson, you can come on up and give your public comment. No worries.
Are you ready with the timing, Mr. Davenport?
I'm very close. Hold on
Okay.
just a second.
I will be patient.
Sure. Good morning.
moment,
Thank
please,
you
ma'am.
for allowing
Just
me
one
to
moment.
Just
speak.
hold on
One
just
moment.
one second. Would you introduce yourself to at the beginning of your comment? And you've got
Yes.
2 minutes. I've got signs to let you know when you have 30 seconds.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, I am America Sherwood, and I advocate for the environment on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Colorado at our state capitol. And I am also here in that capacity today to defend the environment. And this is in regards to fracking in the state. So the League of Women Voters position supports policies that enhance public participation in the monitoring and permitting of oil and gas operations in the state. We support strong environmental regulations for water quality, air quality, and those that impact human health. League supports our state to allow more restrictive standards than the federal government. The state should provide technical support to local governments in matters of environmental planning and management. Development projects in Colorado should be environmentally and science-based in compliance with all federal and state environmental laws. The League of Women Voters of Colorado has supported the Martinez children's case against the COGCC, which led to our support this year of SB 181, Protect Public Welfare by Oil and Gas Operations, which is now law. League also supported Proposition 112 for safe setbacks. In regards to climate change, League believes in transitioning to clean energy for climate safety now and in the future. In 2011, the U.S. League of Women Voters launched the Clean Air Promise campaign for awareness of the dangers of harmful pollutants like carbon, mercury, ozone, methane, and other toxicants from the oil and gas sector that create a growing threat to our nation's health and safety. League also supports vigorous legislation to control global climate change, encouraging conservation and renewable energy. League supports the current children's lawsuit, Juliana versus the U.S. government regarding climate change and the constitutional rights of life, liberty, and the property, as well as protection of essential public trust resources. The United Nations IPCC report provides clear scientific backing to support the critical need for our country to quickly scale up and climate-related ambitions within this decade, this new decade, 2020 to 2030. To
Ma'am,
protect,
your time has concluded, so if you could just wrap up.
yes,
Thank you.
and that's to protect public health and defend the overall integrity of the global ecosystem. The response must be consistent with the best available science and ensure a stable climate system for future generations. And I have a copy for you if you have a press release from the department, Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. They had a study. State Health Department publishes oil and gas health risk study. Here, if you haven't had it, I'll hand it in.
Sure. Thank you so much for your comment. You can hand that to Ms. Larson. Please proceed.
Good morning. My name is Andrew Forrest Goodmanson. I'm here with the League of Oil and Gas Impact Coloradans Logic. I'd like to start with thanking you for your decision to combine the mission change and cumulative impacts and alternative location analysis rulemakings. I think that's a great idea in light of the sort of complex nature, and as we were working ahead of the mission change rulemaking, it seemed like there's a lot of overlap, and I'm glad that you recognize that as well. And thank you for that decision. I think it's going to let us make the best rules possible. In light of that combined rulemaking, I'd like to ask you to consider applications at places like the Ivy Pad in Thornton. In light of what's going to be happening in those mission change rulemakings, we're working on a comment for you right now on that Ivy Pad, and a lot of the issues that we raised in that comment are going to be directly addressed in the cumulative impacts and mission change sort of overarching rulemaking, and I would encourage you to consider the fact that these applications have been, or this location's been approved for a while, and the applications are for wells that'll be, if not exactly triggering a lot of the objective criteria that were developed in advance of the rulemakings, they'll very nearly trigger, I think, 5 of them. And would encourage you that when you're looking at this application in light of these rulemakings, that as we're working to develop denial criteria, which is clearly within the mandate of 191, that you have pads like the Ivy pad where there's going to be 12 wells within 3,000-ish feet of an elementary school and within thousands of neighborhood backyards and the like. And I would also like to make sure that when we're talking about the mission change rulemaking, that we don't forget the wildlife portion at the end of it. I see a lot of different shorthand versions of public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. And wildlife resources quite often gets left out of that discussion. And I know it's a long acronym, but that wildlife portion is going to be really important, especially as we look at development on the West Slope. And thank you.
Thank you both for your comments.
Sarah Hirsch and Charles Buckman. Go ahead. Sir.
Hi, my name is Sarah Hirsch, and I'm here to speak. And I think we all know that there is a climate crisis on Earth. The science is in. Global warming is a reality, and we are losing coastline. There are fire dangers, and there is extinction of many of the species on Earth. Climate change is caused by fossil fuels. It's accelerating sea level rise, stronger weather systems, wildflowers, desertification, which leads to famine, water shortages, and the displacement of people. The Earth is our home, and its surface is our life support system. We can't destroy its ecology or climate and expect to have a future. That's why I'm here today to ask you to stop drilling. Since 181 passed, over 100 new wells have been approved in Colorado, even though we haven't dealt with safety procedures. Oil and gas is fueling the climate crisis. The Front Range region continues to fail to meet health standards and ozone levels. The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency is going to declare a serious non-attainment area for ozone, with the oil and gas industry contributing to more than 40% of the region's ozone-forming pollution, more than any other single source. It's clear the fracking industry's emissions must be reined in. That's why we need you to immediately stop issuing drilling permits and halt all work on sites that are not fully permitted. If we want to save the Earth from catastrophe, we need to start phasing out oil and gas now. The Earth is our home, and its surface is our life support system. We can't destroy its ecology, climate, or future and expect to have any kind of future. We stand at the brink of destruction. Standing up and saying no to more oil and gas is an opportunity for you to show your determination and integrity to complete your mission. Colorado could become a leader in above ground resources like solar and wind. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I'm Charles Buckham from Grandview Estates. This is a follow-up on a request I made to consider adding radon and other radioactive elements in drinking water to our baseline analysis that are being done. We had Arapahoe County Water and Wastewater extended the sampling into the Section 8 where the drilling and drilling plan is in place. And we found out that in the Dawson Aquifer, we didn't find the radon, but all the rest of the samples on their property had uranium or radon in them. And we had more radon in ours. So I've got some results I can share with you. And we continue to work on this, probably another 5 samples this year. Thank you.
Thank you. You can provide that to Ms. Larson.
I'm going to return to our online signups, just make sure that no one on that is here. Cody Doan, Janice Brown, Lauren Swain, and Akruti Chef. Okay, is there anyone else in the audience today that would like to make a public comment? Please come on up. Please state your name for the record.
Sure. Hi, I'm Deb McNamara. I know I've seen many of you over the years here. Thank you again for taking time to listen to those of us who've come today. I'm speaking not only on behalf of 350 Colorado, but also just myself. I'm a mom of 3 young kids and have been in Colorado since 2001. So I'm here once again to share my ongoing concern about public health and safety, our environment, our F-grade air quality, and I know you keep hearing this over and over again from many of us, and also about the impending effects of climate change, all of which oil and gas development and the permits that you are continuing to approve are impacting. Of recent alarm for me and others in my community is the November 5th detection of elevated benzene levels by the CDPHE's mobile lab at Bella Ramirez School's campus. That any children are being exposed regularly to benzene associated with fracking so close to the school is appalling and really upsetting for me as a mom. And even more so that nothing's been done to stop it by this commission. So as I know we've talked about here many times, benzene is cancer causing, and the CDC and the World Health Organization say that there's no safe level of exposure. Children are the most vulnerable to this type of pollution, and the fact that this commission is fine with continuing with the business as usual approach, particularly with this site, and also to pretend that the source of the elevated spike in benzene is unknown when there's an oil and gas operation adjacent to the school is really appalling and beyond comprehension. So I just wanted to raise that issue. I know we connected with you, Director Robbins, and asked about that, and the answer was that the source hasn't been properly pinpointed. I just want to encourage you all to, particularly with that site, take the health and safety mandate into consideration. I know you've heard everything else I've said before, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else that'd like to make a public comment? Ms. Co-Vice Chair, I don't believe there's any other comment.
All right, well, thank you to everyone who took the time to come and provide public comment to us here today. We very much appreciate hearing from all of you. The next item on our agenda is a report from the Executive Director's Office. Unfortunately, Chair Gibbs is not with us here today, but my understanding, Director Robbins, is that you may have some updates that you can provide on his behalf.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Mr. Gibbs is in a cabinet retreat this morning, and so is not here. My brief update will be that with regard to hiring at the Department of Natural Resources, Mr. Gibbs has hired, to our dismay, but to her fortune, Alice Cosgrove. Alice, wave your hand. Alice is now the new legislative liaison over at DNR. She worked with us for the last 4 to 6 months and did an excellent job here, and we're bittersweet for her to move on, but it's a good move for her. So excited about that. She'll be doing some work here, wrapping things up and starting there here in the next couple of weeks. And I really don't have a ton more for the director. If he is able to get here a little bit later, maybe he can provide some additional perspective.
Sure, we can definitely make time for that. So the next item on our agenda is for you to talk as yourself, Director Robbins. So would you like to do that?
Sure, thank you. Just want to look back a bit in terms of the things that we are working on here at the commission and the things that we're trying to accomplish. As this board is well aware, at our last meeting, we successfully enacted unanimously flow line regulations. Just for the rest of the world that may not have been here, that is one of the mandated regulations from Senate Bill 181. I want to thank the stakeholders, thank staff, I thank this commission. I think we did a very good job of implementing new, more protective flow line rules. That includes mapping of flow lines from point to point while balancing public safety concerns. And it includes the concept of removing old flow lines rather than presuming that they can be safely left in place while adding more safety protocols. So that's looking back. Looking forward, our rulemaking process is continuing, as you're well aware. Just want to remind everybody that we do have our online portal where anyone in the state can at any point in time provide feedback and comments to us about any of our rules. Remind folks that we've tried to do a good job of being transparent and inclusive in our rulemakings. We've held meetings on the West Slope and the Northern Metro in Greeley. Very excited about moving forward with our new rulemakings. As was mentioned, we recently altered our calendar relative to rulemakings. We informed all the commissioners about that in an email. We've informed our stakeholders, but just generally speaking, as we've had discussions about the next sets of rules, that is mission change, that is moving from fostering oil and gas to regulating in a manner that's protective. So that's one of the next rules. A second series of the next rules is evaluating and addressing cumulative impacts. And then finally, we are bound to evaluate alternative site location. All of those need to be accomplished before the new commission is seated in July. In discussions that we've had amongst ourselves with staff, individually with commissioners, with stakeholders, one consistent theme was that those rules are fairly interrelated. It's difficult to know what is mission change without having a thoughtful process about what is cumulative impacts. And so rather than try to accommodate mission change in February and cumulative impacts in April, we've rolled all that into one rulemaking starting probably in April. We think that will allow for greater input and greater discussion about the various topics that exist within those three different buckets. Since we have announced this online, we've had fairly uniform support from all the stakeholders that this is a better approach in terms of how we would go about our next three sets of rulemaking. On top of that, we will be bringing to this commission in February a proposed wellbore integrity set of rules. We're going to have a presentation this afternoon about that with you. The wellbore integrity rulemaking is one of the 11 rules required by Senate Bill 181, and we're pretty darn proud to be able to announce that and bring that forward earlier than we had originally thought. Would like to point out that there's been a lot of stakeholder work on that front in terms of coming to us and working with our staff on that, and we'll have further discussions about that today. A few other topics of recently that have been out there. The CDPHE health study that was announced a couple of months ago, in which modeling established that there could be potential for short-term health impacts up to 2,000 feet from oil and gas locations. Our response to that is we have been working diligently with CDPHE to put together an air sampling protocol to take SUMA canisters to locations and to gather real-time air sampling. We've been working hard on that. That's something the COGCC is funding on its own. We're working with CDPHE. We've got a lot of the scientific instruments on order. We had hoped to get that moving in December, but now it looks like it's going to be in January that we'll get that going. Evidently, the sheer volume of sampling that we're going to be doing and the need for labs is it was been a little bit difficult to try to find the appropriate laboratory that would be able to help us with that. Want to give a big shout out, at least on my team, to Greg Duranolo, who's done really good work with this. Commissioner Putnam, do you want to give a shout out to maybe a couple of folks on your team that have been working on this?
Absolutely. I think Gordon Pierce, as the head of our technical unit, has been leading that response. And as you mentioned, it's been a challenge because the scope of sampling we're attempting to do as the state is overwhelming laboratory capacity in the private sector right now, which is both good and bad news that we're being aggressive. On the other hand, we're just asking for more than they can deliver right now. So we're trying to get more opportunities to have there. Also want to flag Christy Richardness, and our state toxicologist, who's been working closely with Gordon and Greg on project design to try to get better data.
Great, thank you. So again, going to be rolling that out. We are hopeful that the information that we gather from that will be informative, not only to the health study and its modeling, but also that the results of this could be informative for this commission as it undertakes the mission change and cumulative impacts rulemaking later this spring. Wanted to give an update. We, as you are aware, as we all are aware, were notified by CDPHE that its CAMEL, its remote air monitoring that was located at the Bella Romero School, registered a benzene spike on November 5th. We, as soon as we became aware of it, had my staff on site, and I had a team of 4 or 5 go up there for the day to look at the nearby extraction vetting site. We're working with CDPHE in this investigation. At this point, as we have reported, we've not been able to identify the exact source of this emission. One of the things that we are doing is following being informed of the spike, extraction started to take air monitoring samples. The CAMEL was not there, following that spike. It was back in the shop having it analyzed. And so extraction did air monitoring for approximately 3 weeks. And that data I'm having delivered to my third-party consultant. That consultant will look at that raw data to ensure that there were no other spikes and to ensure the integrity of that data. We are hopeful that that data will be turned over yet as early as today. And then my team is, independent team is going to look at that and will prepare information that I can then share with you.
Commissioner Rob or Director Robbins, if I might also note that we, as soon as we could get the CAMEL out of the shop, put it back up at Bella Romero, I believe it was the Wednesday after Thanksgiving. We've been watching the kind of fast response sampler on that unit and have found no further indications of any higher levels of benzene on that site beyond what we would expect to see in normal background air. We're continuing to monitor through the week. We're gonna have to bring the data back for a deeper dive, but we're not expecting to see anything based on the fast response sampler.
And I guess I would just point out to the commission that COGCC has not received information from CDPHE that as a result of that one-time spike that there is any imminent threat to health, safety, welfare, and therefore we've not taken any further action. We're doing what I think is appropriate, which is monitoring up there. We certainly, would take action if we receive information from CDPHE that there is an imminent threat, but at this point, that's not what we've heard. So that's the update on that issue. The final point that I wanted to make is we are continuing to do what we were told to do via Senate Bill 181 in the Colorado legislature. That is, use the objective criteria to determine whether oil and gas locations can be approved or not, pending the rulemakings that have been done. I would point out that we do have a new category that we received from Senate Bill 181, which is that if I make a determination that a location is not subject to approval, I can put that location into a delay category, and that would remain that way until the rulemakings are finalized. We recently placed one location under delay, and that's the Acme pad. And so that location will not be acted upon by me or my staff, and it will await the rulemakings being finalized before it moves forward. And we're continuing to look at other oil and gas locations along those lines. So that is our director report. Happy to take any questions.
Commissioner Eaton?
Thank you, and thank you for that update. The 2 questions. First, on your report about the Bella Romero, I just wonder if we know or have a process for knowing what activities were occurring on the well pad at the time of or during that period.
Mhm.
Just
It was,
because we haven't been able to correlate some of these things to activities on the pad in the past.
yeah, I think that the last of the wells at that point in time were in the uh, pre-production stage. However, extraction has informed my staff that the way they go about doing their production, pre-production, it's all enclosed. And so essentially it was in a production stage. At this point, all the wells are in production. They're done with the completion and the flow back, et cetera. And it's in the production stage, which the health study found was the stage in which there are the least amount of impacts.
Thank you. I think this question about how we maintain and understand information about what's actually happening is really important, and it seems that that's part of the idea of what we're going to be doing with the additional analysis. So I appreciate that, or the additional study that monitoring you're going to do. The other question I had is just if there's any update on the outreach to the PUC on the gathering lines. And if not, I understand that, but I do think that that continues to be something that I hope we can help encourage dialogue about on regulation of gathering lines. And I think that I've had some conversations with folks engaged with the advisory committee to PHMSA. I think what they're really looking at is a while before they get to a gather line regulation, and B, whether they regulate down to an 8-inch line size. And I think potentially there are lines out there within the gathering system that the state could regulate that or below that level. So it would be just useful to continue to push forward with those conversations.
And Commissioner Eaton, I want to thank you kindly for the reminder that we were instructed to draft a letter for this board's consideration. Unfortunately, I did not do that, and Mimi's going, me neither, but we will definitely bring that back to you promptly and get that, because I think that the thought had been that with the flow line rules that we have developed, we kind of up the ante there in terms of what should be occurring, and we should share that wealth of information with PUC. So we'll definitely do that.
Thank you very much. And I know you guys have many, many things on your plate, but it would be great to get that done. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Hahn?
I'm not sure when the appropriate time would be for this, but I do have a question regarding Bella Romero for Commissioner Putnam. Should we just go with it now, or is there another time you'd like to?
I believe that we move from this into secretary report and then commissioner comments, and that would probably be appropriate at commissioner comments. I did have one thing that I forgot to do, and I meant to do this. Just the final part of my director's report. I just wanted to acknowledge that Margaret Ash, if you could stand. Margaret is been with us for 14 years, and she will be retiring. And this will be the last meeting that she will be with us. She retires in early January. She's been a phenomenal asset to us, and over the course of the last several months has been working on helping inform her historic knowledge into the rulemaking. So there's been a lot of behind the scenes work that you've not seen yet, and Margaret's been helpful on that. And so I just wanted to thank you, Margaret, for your commitment to the commission and for the great work that you've done over the years. So.
Yes.
Do you want to say something?
Thank you for the conference, and it's been an honor and privilege to work with the state of Colorado. I've had a really good experience working with a lot of brilliant people, commissioners, staff, and non-stakeholders.
Thank you very much, Margaret. Thank you for that.
Yes. Are there any other commissioners with questions for Director Robbins? Then I'm going to ask mine. So I'm wondering if you can remind me, you spoke about the air modeling that's going to be conducted subsequent to the CDPHE health study. And can you remind me what pollutants that monitoring is focused on? Is it just benzene, or are there other pollutants as well?
I might actually turn to John, or maybe I should get Greg in here. He could provide an update.
I can give it a start, and I don't have the full list, but it is.
Actually, let me do this. Let me get Greg in because he can give you a full report on that. And maybe we could turn to staff or secretary and the commissioner and we can get Greg in during
Sure.
comments.
That would be fine.
Okay.
So I had one other question about the, also following up on the Bella Romero developments, which is when you said that the commission isn't taking any further action at this point, I assume that if in the course of this investigation you find that there was a violation of a permit or of a commission rule, that you're not saying that that enforcement action would still be on the table. Is that an appropriate assumption?
No, absolutely. It's just that as of now, our investigation has not revealed any permit violation or rule violation. And the investigation is ongoing. Unfortunately, there's only so far we can investigate what happened, on a date a month and a half ago. But we are continuing that investigation.
Okay. So why don't we move into the report from the secretary, and then we'll do commissioner comments and then
We can have
Mr.
Mr.
Romo?
Yep.
Is that
Just
okay? Do you
hang
mind
tight,
hanging out
Greg.
for a second?
Okay.
Thank you. So Ms. Larson, would you like to give the secretary's report?
Yes, it will be rather brief. Update from our section, the hearing section is we just received last week notice that one of our enforcement officers is resigning. He's going to be going over to CDPHE, Enforcement Officer Stephen Ma. And so we have an open position that we will be hiring to replace him with. So that is the update.
Thank you. So next on our agenda is commissioner comments. Commissioner Hahn, would you like to start?
Yes, thank you. So Commissioner Putnam, I'm interested in the fact that Jeff said that this spike didn't pose any health risks, but it seems like we've been hearing that certainly benzene does pose health risks, and so we've increased setbacks and all these things we're talking about. So can you explain to me how this spike near an elementary school posed no health risk?
Sure, and it would be good to have our state toxicologist here to provide the full technical answer, but here's the basic understanding. So we have identified a threshold of 9 as based on health advisory, 9 parts per billion. That is a point at which we take a closer look and investigate further if there are ambient conditions in excess of 9 parts per billion. Unfortunately, benzene is ubiquitous in our kind of urban air and modern lifestyle. It's at gas stations, it's in your car, it's in your garage. Get it when you're filling your lawnmower, leaf equipment, paints, solvents, other sort of pieces. So unfortunately, it's not one where we're able to kind of chase it down to zero anywhere in the metropolitan area, but we do have particular concerns when we see spikes. Now that threshold that was set as an area of concern is based on a federal advisory level, and that was set about 2 orders of magnitude lower than the effect that we've actually seen health effects in studies. And it was designed to create a margin of safety for the protection of sensitive groups, children, pregnant mothers, people with particular health-related impacts, as well as just to account for the uncertainty associated with this. We can't ethically do studies on children. Generally don't do deliberate studies on people. We can use some epidemiological evidence from like workers, but these are generally at much higher level and they tend to be able-bodied adults, disproportionately men. And so our ability to then say what is the absolute safe level is limited by the data that's out there. So we've set a level that's designed to be protective, that basically triggers further investigation, assessment, see if we can find it, stop it, rather than that reflecting a point at which we would expect health effects. At that point, it's a kind of early screening level, an early trigger for us to make sure that it doesn't become worse from that point. That being said, and I know, I think it was Deb who mentioned that there is no safe level for benzene. There is no risk-free level of benzene, like there is no risk-free level of a lot of chemicals in our daily life. And so we set thresholds for cancer, for example, based on 1 in a million, 1 in 100,000 following EPA protocols on those. This short-term spike of less than an hour would not have a statistically significant impact on cancer. I think the real question would be, would it have any of the effects on some of the short-term health effects, nausea, headaches, dizziness, other sort of things that were reported in our health study? Those we would expect to see at least an order of magnitude, maybe 2 above what was actually seen there. So we take it seriously. We think it's important. We're putting resources into it to further examine it, and ultimately we want to stop the emissions of any of these VOCs into the environment, because they also contribute to ozone and other problems. But I think that's the reason Director Robbins reported we don't see an imminent health threat associated with that. We do see a heightened need to investigate and see if we can determine causes.
Thank you. Commissioner Jalon?
Yeah, as a follow-on to Commissioner Hahn's comments regarding triggers for further investigation, I think because this commission has a public health lens added with SB 181, it may be helpful for us to also learn about triggering investigations in addition to the cause of the pollutant, but also if there were any reported health symptoms in real time. And I don't have in my brain the timestamp from when continuous monitoring results become available and how quickly we can get that work done. But when we talk about triggering further investigations and we're talking about short-term spikes, and what we're concerned with short-term spikes is what the short-term reported symptoms, I think that would be an important piece of this. And so, not to get into the operational details, but what are the SOPs between the 2 agencies so that we can feel comfortable here that we're protecting public health, because that is part of our mission.
Commissioner Putnam?
Thank you, Chairman Member Turp, and thank you, Commissioner Jalon. So we are looking for that information as well, and just without going into deep detail on the operational side of things, we have a full-time health effects hotline that we're collecting information. We had not gotten any complaints from this particular site up to the point of redeploying the camel. I haven't checked in the last week. So that's one area. It's not perfect because not everybody is going to report. So one of the things that our state toxicologist did was ask the school nurse in the district for any reported cases where people went to the school nurse or other records of health effects that may correlate, with issues that we would see with benzene or other sort of chemicals. We don't have that information at this point, but we are still looking for it. It is part of our kind of investigatory process.
Great, thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Hopkins.
Thank you. I'm live? Okay. Actually, some of these comments that I'm going to make will build on the discussion that we've already been having about health effects and such. But that's in the latter part of some things that I wanted to share. Last week, myself and our counsel, Kyle Davenport, met with Broomfield staff to discuss the upcoming combined rulemakings and get the Broomfield staff, they're the stakeholders, people who are actually going to be talking during the stakeholder discussions and rulemaking, to get their perspectives on some of the upcoming rules and such. And so that was very helpful to hear their perspectives early. And also got some feedback from the folks on the low-lying rulemaking results. And I would say that generally speaking, and this is one of the people who are part of the allied local governments, quite pleased with the way it was handled, what was done, and the results. So that was, I wanted to give at least that little bit of feedback. Second of all, I also had the opportunity to attend a meeting at our local rec center where we were blessed to have CDPHE state toxicologist Christy Richardson give a presentation and do a very, very deep dive, and by far the best presentation I've ever heard, going from emission source to health effects and all the things in between, with of course a lot of the specialty towards the health effects area. And it was, like I said, I was very impressed. I learned a lot. I've been exposed to the individual pieces before, but Christy integrated it. And everybody learned a lot. And I think one of the takeaways from that is that actually we don't know a lot of what we know. What we don't know is even more than what we know about how all this works. And I was going to suggest to the commission that you might consider having Christy give that presentation, because there's a lot to be learned about health effects and how they do it and what to do. And I think humility is a little bit in line when you hear the presentation, because it's very powerful. They also had the Broomfield Health Manager there, who talked a little bit as well after Christy finished her comments to the people there. And it was very clear that the Broomfield Health staff is working pretty closely with CDPHE on health-related issues. And I was very pleased to see that. And I won't go into all the details of the types of cooperative activities they're going, but it's very clear, especially with regard to the health effects hotline. Both the city and the city of Broomfield and the state have the health lines, and they're looking to coordinate to sort through all that information. So that was encouraging. And then finally, is the last part of that meeting, and this gets into some of the comments we've been talking about health impacts associated with emissions and such, was a resident was there, 2 residents were there, who had recently experienced health effects and had worked with the city and CDPHE on a little bit of a study, I'd call it a little case study, to determine what was going on. And CDPHE provided some canisters to the residents to take a look at what they called good days and bad health days. They were experiencing occasionally health effects due to irritation of the eyes and throats and some related activities. Anyway, so they managed to get some canisters on what they called good days and on bad days. And they were feeling the impacts, and also made some observations about the meteorology on that day, those days. So they found that when you have, and this is very consistent with the study from CDPHE, so it kind of verifies it and builds on it in some ways with one case study, and I don't want to overemphasize it. But on days where there was low wind speeds, very mild conditions, those were often associated with the health effects apart. And this particular resident, these 2 residences are 1,300 feet just across E470 from the operator's pad. So there isn't, and it's pretty obvious to see it in all the activities. But anyway, they found that on even with the synthetic drilling muds, the bad health days had much higher hydrocarbon concentrations in the canister, in the grab samples, and compared to the baseline where they had no health effects. So just a little contribution to the science. And I think if I understand what I heard correctly, there was some changes made to the operator's tripping of the piping, because they associated some of those bad health days with pipe tripping, drilling tripping. And I understand, and you all might be able to confirm this, I may be wrong, that there was some changes made to the procedures on that pad as a result of some of the investigation that would involve more cleaning of the drilling mud prior to eliminate exposure and possible releases of chemicals into the environment. So wanted to share that with you as well. Thank you. And one last thing, I'm sorry, Director Robbins, the city of Broomfield is very thankful for all the work that the commission has done, or the commission staff has done in sorting through a few of the issues that Broomfield is having, and very appreciative of that. They wanted me to pass that along to you.
Any other commissioner comments at this time? Commissioner Putnam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wanted to follow up briefly on some of the comments made so far, and Commissioner Hopkins, appreciate the kind words about our state toxicologist. She is fantastic. I think one of the challenges we have right now is that there's only one of her. We have one environmental toxicologist for the state, and she's responsible for a vast array of other issues. As a point of comparison, Minnesota has 39. Texas has 16. So one of the things that we're trying to do is find the resources to bulk out per shop so that we have more ability to do those investigations, to kind of support the efforts that we have, because they do take a fair amount of work, investigation, knowledge, empathy, all of those things. I think the other piece that we're finding ourselves short on also are just the physical tools. The canisters are a blunt instrument. They were state of the art. They're still very accurate, but you take one sample with one canister and you're done. It takes a while to get those results back from the lab. So we're trying to take a look at how we can fund some additional, more rapid monitoring capability. The same is true with the mobile lab. We just have one of them. We deploy it for 2 to 4 weeks at a time. And while it's there, we can't do something else with that same camel, nor was it designed to do some of these kind of quicker response studies. So we're acutely aware of the need, I think, for better tools to get the sort of answers that folks are looking for, all the way from the well or pipe to human exposure. And, I think as a state, we're behind on some of those fronts, but we're trying to catch up. So it's one of those things we talk to Director Robbins all the time. And I think we're committed to try to find those answers, working with the physical constraints that we have to as the state right now. Shifting gears just a little bit, tonight will be the last public comment meeting for the Air Quality Control Commission's first rulemaking under Senate Bill 181. We're looking forward. We've had 2 really good meetings in Rifle and Durango. They were very well attended. I don't know, Commissioner Jalan, if you were there.
I was there, and thank you for coming to Durango. We had a full house, so we had well over 100 people, and it was, I think people very much appreciated having the commission in our town. So thank you.
Absolutely. We had the same reaction in Rifle to make sure we weren't just making everybody go to Glendale during business hours, which is great for those of us who work there, and not so great for people who have jobs and kids and all kinds of other things. So it may not live right in the metro area. So looking forward to getting a kind of last robust set of comments tonight, and then it'll move to our formal rulemaking from through Thursday. We have a large number of parties representing the full range of stakeholders. I think the issues are narrowing down, and I think much like the flow line rulemaking, we're expecting a very productive and successful rulemaking to complete. But we also know it's just the first step in our charge from the legislature to minimize emissions from this sector. Our next step, probably February, although we're nailing down precise timing, will be a rulemaking on stationary engines, the vast majority of which are from the oil and gas sector. These tend to be older engines that are out running pumps and compressors. They are very dirty from a oxides of nitrogen perspective, and so critical for our efforts, both on public health, but also reducing regional haze, which is a federal regulatory requirement. So we can bring you more information on that once we have a proposed rule. We're looking forward to full engagement from the public and stakeholders on that process. And then, as I think I've mentioned in the past, we're expecting at least one more rulemaking on core oil and gas issues, probably second half of 2020. We're hoping to use some of the data that will be generated from the new rule, which is going to require operators to provide much more detailed information on emissions from the different phases of pre-production and production than we've had access to before, so that we can get our arms around where we have further work to reduce and minimize emissions from the sector. So look forward to staying in touch. I think given the tempo of our rulemakings, we're going to probably trip over this commission's rulemakings at times. We have a big greenhouse gas rulemaking taking place this spring, probably about the same time as the emission change rulemaking. But since both commissions are under both practical, we need to get these emissions under control. as well as statutory deadlines, we'll end up having some double tracking of these efforts.
Although I would note that we're not meeting tomorrow so that we can accommodate your meeting tomorrow. We have
Thank you.
a one-day meeting, so we're doing our darndest.
Commissioner Hahn, did you have additional comments?
Yes, so the health effects hotline, how do people find that?
So
It seems like something that should be as common as 811 or more common given the state of drilling right now. So I'm thinking that's something that needs to be really advertised and pushed forward.
So it's on our CDPHE website under the Oil and Gas Health Information Response Program. We push that number in all of our communications that we have with the public, press releases, responses to questions we get from individuals, schools, communities, other sort of things. Unfortunately, we don't have an 811 handle that's quite as common, but we try to push that as much as we can within our capability. I know we've mentioned it a couple times here at commission meetings, and happy to have that. I think it's cross-linked on the COGCC website as well.
And are schools notified in a case like Bella Romero? Is there something sent to parents about a leak or a spike to inform parents, to educate? I'm linking this back to like personal experiences. For instance, in our school, we recently had a norovirus scare, and immediately, the school nurse was brought in. The information was sent home with every kid for things for parents to watch for. So I just wondered, is that sort of thing happening in schools if there's concerns with a leak or a spike in something that's being recorded?
If it's near a school, yes. So specifically related to Bella Romero, our first call after calling COGCC to see if we could figure out what was going on there was to the school district. Got on a call with the school principal and put together materials to be sent to parents, including the hotline, including other opportunities, including an offer to set up a meeting. State toxicologist had actually been there, I think the week before, to talk to the school about earlier rounds of camel monitoring. And, we have either Christy Richardson, our state toxicologist, or the health effects educator who works with her, doing those sorts of outreach meetings with community groups, schools, local governments, anybody who asks, we get to.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Eaton?
Thank you. And thank you for that update. One question that I have, because I feel that I missed it, was we ended up having to cancel the joint meeting of our two commissions. And I think as we go forward, and I know you guys have tons of rulemakings and meetings, and you spoke to the toxicologist limitations, but I do think that having a joint meeting, or at least having a briefing for this commission on what you guys are doing and an ability to ask those questions would still be helpful. And it's our rulemakings have been spread out. We might have the time to do that in the first part of the year. I know that puts a burden on you when you guys are still doing so much, but I do think it would be helpful for us to reschedule that, either a joint meeting or at least a briefing.
And we can certainly accomplish one or both of those things. I think there's certainly value in doing that. And we did have to reschedule that last one. We have not yet rescheduled it, in large part because of the heavy rulemaking burdens on both. And they're both volunteer commissions, and we have a lot of people traveling in for AQCC meetings, and they're literally going to be here, I think, 4 days out of this week, and we're on call 2 days last week, which is a pretty heavy load for a volunteer board. But I know they're very interested in this subject, and whether it's the commission or staff providing a briefing, we're certainly happy to provide that. Thank you.
Are there, yes, Commissioner Messner.
Thank you. I did, and this is, I should have asked this question after the director's comments. But as we were doing the flow line rulemaking during the last meetings, there was a conversation about developing some guidance around locating flow lines and the specificity of that locating. And I guess I was just checking in to see kind of timelines on that.
I think that staff and I are thinking that that would be something that we would intertwine into the mission change rulemaking, that we would have that discussion with you as we were having discussions about locating all sorts of facilities, that would be the appropriate place. I'll defer to Chief of Staff Murphy or Ms. Larson, who are helping me with rulemakings in terms of guidance around flow lines and rulemaking. We were thinking that was more of a rulemaking effort under mission change, right?
This was more specific to mapping. And so the specificity of the location of the flow lines and the mapping, and that, you know, should they be post 1996, that they would have a different specificity and guidance than pre 1996 or so on and so forth. And I'm not saying, I was just curious as far as timelines go.
Commissioner Messner, this is Julie Murphy. Thank you for the question. We're working on that guidance as we speak. There are a couple of other things that we need to work through when we're looking at kind of when the rules go into effect, what that means. And so that's top of mind for our team, and we're working on it.
And the effective date of those rules is January 14th, and I've meant to mention that's the effective date. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Boykin, I hear rustling on the phone, so I want to just check in and see if you have any comments that you would like to provide at this time.
Thank you. I was trying to keep as quiet as humanly possible, considering my personal habits, but I do have a couple of comments. So first, I wanted to add my voice to the recognition and appreciation for Margaret Ash. I've known Margaret over the years, have worked with her. It's hard to imagine a more dedicated and conscientious and capable resource for the state of Colorado, and it's going to be a huge loss when she leaves. And I'm hoping that we have continuing access to her enormous experience and capability on some sort of a consulting basis as we move forward, because I think the transition to a full-time commission will be a challenge, and it will be people like Margaret and Stuart Ellsworth who will help the commission weather those challenging times. So I just wanted to add my voice to the appreciation for all that Margaret has done for the state, and to wish her well. Second, I just wanted to comment that we seem to be losing a lot of staff to poaching by us. And I'm wondering if we can poach some of their people, so we can at least replace some of the really good people that we're losing. Obviously a little bit tongue in cheek, but boy, oh boy, that's continuing drain on our resources. It's tough to see good people leave, but as you said, Director, it's good for them to get the opportunity. I wanted to come back to Bella Romero. There's a lot that's been said, a lot of good comments. So most of my comments and questions have been covered. 2 points I want to make is we've finally come to grips with the challenge of providing assurance to the community that there is no ongoing, understand that there's monitoring efforts, there's political effort going on, trying to
Commissioner Boykin,
determine whether
you may want to move to a different area where you are. You're breaking up a little bit.
Okay, it's where I am. It's a bit of a challenge, but I'll.
Can you stand on a chair?
Yeah, it's the reception here is kind of bad. Is this any better?
It is. Thank you.
Okay. Hopefully my dog won't bark. So I'm just commenting that I'm not sure that we've completely come to grips with the need to provide public comfort and assurance that there is no ongoing threat at Bella Romero, that there's not any apparent continuing spike or any current threat. I know we're analyzing data and trying to identify the source, et cetera, but I'm just not, from everything I've heard, I'm not sure that we've completely addressed concerns that would be out there regarding whether there's any ongoing threat. So I'd like to hear a little bit more comment on that, perhaps from Commissioner Putnam and Director Robbins and anyone else. And as a part of that, I'd like to understand whether there's any other potential source of this type of spike other than the fact that it might have been an aberration of some sort besides the extraction facility next to the school.
So happy to tackle that, Commissioner Boygan. So in terms of whether there have been any other indications of high benzene or other hydrocarbon levels, the answer is no. Excuse me. So we have had the state mobile lab in place since after that point. We've found no indications of elevated hydrocarbon levels associated with that. That's the best tool that we have right now, as Commissioner Robbins mentioned. We also, extraction has been conducting monitoring that we're looking at that data. I know consultant for COGCC has been looking at that data, and we're not seeing anything associated with that now. We also know it's a different phase of production. They've moved into pure production, and based on our health study, we found that the flowback period seemed to be the area that had the highest acute levels, and we're no longer in that period right now. In terms of your question, Commissioner Boygan, on other sources, there are a lot of other potential sources in the area. None as close as the vetting pad, but vetting we probably have better data on than the others. So there are other both active and plugged and abandoned wells in the vicinity. There are gas pipelines with pigging stations that are located not as close, but pretty close. And given that we had relatively stagnant air that can kind of move slowly and kind of build up over time, it will pick those up. Based on our assessment of not just the benzene level, but associated ethane and other hydrocarbons that we would normally associate with raw petroleum and gas production. It's our belief that this was definitely from an oil and gas source, but that doesn't tell us which source in particular. So we can either rule out nor rule in that it was certainly from the extraction site. And because fortunately it hasn't recurred, we don't have a ability to kind of replicate that spike to see what's there. One of the challenges that we have with our mobile lab is that it is one point and it collects what's in the air at that point, in this case right by the school. So it doesn't give us the ability to do a kind of 360-degree view of what was around, to understand what was both, for example, upwind and downwind of that pad. That's capability we would like. It's capability we don't currently have.
Director Robbins.
Commissioner Boygan, in response as well, I'd like to invite Greg Durano up, and perhaps he can provide some additional perspective on the work that is happened and is continuing to happen there. I will again note that we should be receiving the extraction air data yet today to our third-party consultant, and they will be doing a thorough and independent evaluation of that data, and we'll present as soon as we have that evaluation done. Greg?
Thanks, Greg Duranlo, Environmental Manager here at the Commission. So in following on to what Commissioner Putnam was saying, I believe the Camel's been out at the Bella Romero site for 2,000 hours of monitoring, 1,500 in the initial stint. Then it was pulled away and brought back for another 500 hours. I believe those may be rough numbers, but pretty close to that. With just the one
recorded elevated spike. So, what that shows us is there was an anomaly there. As Commissioner Putnam stated, we've looked through operating records provided by extraction. They don't indicate any particular source on the site, on the vetting site nearby. And we, following our knowledge of that spike, extraction immediately employed a third-party contractor to begin monitoring. They set up fixed stations, and then they're also doing on-site and off-site monitoring. So taking real-time measurements with handheld instrumentation, both on the site and then downwind or out in the community. And that's what our consultant is reviewing the data from that as well. I believe that kind of summarizes all the monitoring that's going on there.
Thank you, Mr. Dromo. Are there any other commissioner comments at this time? Commissioner Eaton?
Yeah, just follow up on that. And just to be clear, there was no monitoring. Is this right between the time that what kind of monitoring occurred between November 5th and November 25th, which is when the public, I think, became aware of the spike at Bella Romero?
So, yeah, and you can correct me if I get these wrong. I believe that the camel was out there until November 13th or 19th. Okay, so somewhere, for a week or so after that. And then there was the post-data processing, which upon receipt of that data, when CDPHE scientists look at that data and they say, oh, there is a spike from when we were out there again, you guys immediately redeployed the camel. So I think there was maybe a period of 10 days or so that it was not there. And again I think it was redeployed on November 22nd. So I think maybe it must have been the 13th that it was removed.
So I think we actually redeployed it the week after Thanksgiving.
Oh, okay.
It was Wednesday because it had to go in for some mandatory maintenance. The equipment requires calibration and maintenance, and it's been out for a pretty hard summer season. So it may have been more like 2 to 3 weeks. That was between when we had redeployed it and then had it back on the site because we moved it to another site. There are a lot of other communities that have been asking for that monitoring, and we're trying to get it to as many places for as many hours as we can, knowing that we've just got one of those.
Director Robbins?
I just would point out that extraction started their air monitoring on that Friday, the 22nd, and air monitored up until the camel was, for several days up until after the camel was redeployed. And that's why we're taking the initiative to look at that data to ensure that there were no concerns during that time gap.
And thank you, I appreciate that. And it's good to know that there was some monitoring immediately following for some days, so that, because as you point out, somewhere in there, they shifted away from their pre-production activities. So I appreciate that.
Commissioner Putnam?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thought I might, since Greg is up, come back to the question you had about the canister modeling that we're doing to follow up on the health study. And we are looking at a broad spectrum of hydrocarbons, including all the so-called BTEX compounds, benzene, toluene, methylbenzene, xylene. But Greg, if you have a more complete list, since I know you've been working with those laboratories on specifications.
Sure, and I didn't exactly hear your question, but if I miss the mark on my answer, please redirect me. But the analysis that we've slated to run is not limited to just the 4 BTEX compounds. We have been looking at running the US EPA PAMS, that's PAMS list, and that's a list of hydrocarbon compounds that are closely associated with oil and gas. That's been proving sort of the difficulty for us. The typical air analysis is run under a method called TO15, and that TO15 is very common. It's hydrocarbons and other air pollutants. And so while it includes benzene and there's a few other compounds that overlap, it's not a hydrocarbon specific, but it's a more common analysis, and most of the labs are tooled up for that. So we've been looking at the PAMS list because that is the list that was used in the health risk assessment modeling study. And so we felt it would be more consistent with that data if we stuck with the same list. Due to the difficulty in getting labs, you know, we're definitely evaluating what options we have in front of us for getting usable data, relevant data, whether we need to stick to that list and maybe shift our quantities or split with labs or go to a reduced list or what. So we're looking at options of that right now.
Thank you, Mr. Drelno. That's helpful. I wonder, not being familiar with what all is on the PAMS list, will you be measuring methane or other greenhouse gas emissions as part of the health study or as part of this monitoring?
So methane is not on the list actually, and we would be adding that as a indicator parameter.
You are adding it?
We would be adding it. Because it will help us if we do have a oil and gas production zone source. It will help us, you know, really identify it. If it's other hydrocarbons on the site, such as those contained in drilling mud, you know, that probably wouldn't be an indicator. But if we are talking about formation compounds, then methane's going to be helpful.
Okay. And so and the goal is to have this information available for the commissioners to utilize to some extent during the upcoming super rulemaking proceeding that we're now going to be having in the spring.
Super rulemaking. Now I know.
With jazz
The goal is twofold. The goal is one, following the CDPHE study.
Correct. Right.
We received a mandate from administration that we needed to work with CDPHE and COGCC and use funds to actually go out and do real-time air monitoring, and do it around pre-production facilities so that we can start to confirm the CDPHE study or not and get current data around that. That study is based upon data from techniques that are no longer in place. And then secondly, I think that it is going to be informative data for the super rulemaking.
Commissioner Putnam, did you have more to add?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a little more context. This PAMS monitoring is a list that was created by US EPA mostly to get at ozone precursors, the volatile organic compounds or hydrocarbons that are ozone precursors that also happen to be carcinogenic and have other health effects, many of them. Methane is not a precursor to ozone. It's a powerful climate forcer, and we have concerns about it for that reason, but because it doesn't have that effect on ozone, it isn't part of EPA's standard kind of ozone and air toxic screening panel. But as Mr. Duranlo was saying, it is a helpful marker to help us indicate where things are from. Most of the chemicals on that list come from lots of other things aside from oil and gas, and so by looking for those spikes of methane or ethane or other sort of things, we can get a better idea if it's likely associated with oil and gas as opposed to cars and trucks and industrial activities, other sort of things that also emit a lot of the same substances.
Thank you for that. I think as we head into this rulemaking, I think there is a lot of this information that I think will be useful to us as we look particularly at cumulative impacts. And I think that focuses just on human health as well as on climate change and greenhouse gas emissions. And so I'm encouraged and pleased that methane will be sort of a la carte added on to the analysis as part of what you're doing, because I think having access to that information will be really helpful. So thank you for that. Any other comments or questions on the error monitoring? I have one other comment I'd like to make before we close out commissioner comments, but want to give everyone an opportunity. Commissioner Eaton? Okay, why don't you go ahead and do your other one then?
I just wanted to thank the director for the deferral of the ACME pad and exercising that that authority, and you have a lot of tools at your disposal, and I appreciate that the staff are using and looking at all of those. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Eaton. So I did want to follow up on a public comment that, or excuse me, on a commissioner comment that I made at our last meeting. I think I mentioned to my fellow commissioners that I was at the Public Utilities Commission when they discussed opening a new pipeline safety rulemaking. That proceeding has now been opened, and so I wanted to make sure that the commissioners and also interested members of the public knew that there was now an official repository where you can provide comments to the Public Utilities Commission on their proposed amendments to their pipeline safety rules. So that proceeding number is 19R-0703 GPS. And it essentially, the proceeding title is Proposed Rules Regulating Pipeline Operations and Safety as part of 4 Colorado Code of Regulations 723-11. But all you essentially need is the proceeding number. For those members of the public who are interested in weighing in or providing comment to the Public Utilities Commission, you can do so through their website. The Public Utilities Commission is part of the Department of Regulatory Agencies. So if you go to the DORA website, you can find the Public Utilities Commission, and there's an online portal where you can submit written comments. In addition, the Public Utilities Commission typically holds a weekly meeting where they conduct their deliberative business and also take public comments. Those usually happen on Wednesday mornings over at the Public Utilities Commission offices, which are downtown. So I wanted to provide that information. Are there any other commissioner comments at this time? Seeing none. All right, let's close out that portion of our agenda. I understand that we will be going into executive session next. What I'm thinking is perhaps we take a brief break and then convene executive session when we return. And then after that, we will have our lunch break. Does that sound good to the commissioners? And then I guess, Mr. Davenport, would you like to read your script now or after we come back from our break?
It makes sense to me to read it now.
Let's do it.
Thank you. Commissioners, pursuant to Colorado Open Meetings Law, the commission is entitled to enter into executive session at this regular meeting for the purpose of discussing pending or imminent court action with commission counsel to receive legal advice pursuant to Colorado Revised Statutes section 2464023A Roman 2. The topics of the executive session were identified on the agenda. They are to receive legal advice and analysis on 2 topics. The first is on processing of hearing officers' recommended decisions. The second is to receive legal advice and analysis on claims and defenses in the matter of Elise Terhar et al. V. COGCC et al. Denver District Court. Case number is 2019 CV 34485. Madam Chair, I invite you to encourage a motion to enter into executive session for the matters and purposes I just named.
Would anyone like to make such a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor of going into executive session?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, so we will take a brief break. When we convene, we will go into executive session. For the benefit of those members of the audience, my understanding is that we do need to, due to our own scheduling constraints, we will not be able to reconvene until 1 o'clock. So we will essentially be on, but now there are faces being made at me. So my understanding is that the individuals who were presenting at 1:15 were not available until 1:15. Is that correct? Okay.
Actually, this is Secretary Larson. Madam Chair, we are able to have the presenters for wellbore integrity here earlier. So I guess we could play it by ear and see when we exit executive session, what the timing looks like, but they potentially could even go right after that.
I think it would be valuable to just let folks know when we're going to be reconvening. So I'm wondering if it's 10:30 now, we'll have executive session and then lunch. the commissioners, whatever your pleasure is, if you'd rather convene at noon or noon 30, and then take up the Wellbore presentation at that time. I think that will give us plenty of time for both executive session and to eat lunch.
Yeah, I think if possible, it would be great to move it up an hour. So I mean, if that's
Is everyone comfortable with that?
prepared, or I don't know how long an executive session would be, but
Okay. Commissioner Han, are you okay?
We could surely eat lunch and listen.
Excuse
We
me?
could surely eat lunch and listen.
Absolutely. I think we'll have plenty of time to not even have to subject people to watching us eat lunch.
Yeah.
So why don't we plan to come back at noon and have our presentation at that point? Okay. Thank you all very much. We'll be on a break.
so I will move approval of the November 19th, 2019 meeting minutes.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? See none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Say
Aye.
no. Okay, motion carries. Consent agenda items. We have a motion for that.
I'll move approval of the consent agenda.
Second. Okay, motion's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries. Okay. Next, we have recommended orders. Mr. Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, you have in front of you a new agenda item. It is recommended orders. This is commission consideration of hearing officer recommended orders pursuant to Commission Rule 532, which is a new rule that the commission passed in the June and July rulemaking hearings, the 500 series. This is a hearing officer order on a matter in which there was a protestant. It is following this process as opposed to the consent agenda, where the commission is required to vote to approve them. This recommended order pursuant to the rules and pursuant to section 3460, 108, subpart 9 will become a final order of the commission if the commission does not stay it or if there is not an exception taken. The decision before you right now is to whether or not to stay this recommended order for further commissioner consideration at a later date, or to take no action on it and allow it to become a final order of the commission. You have an opportunity at this point to ask procedural type questions of the hearing officer, if the hearing officer is in the room somewhere. Okay, all right. And the decision that you have to make today is, as I said, whether or not to allow this to continue to become a final order of the commission, or whether or not to stay it. In order to stay it, you must have a majority vote of the commission following a motion and a second. So, Mr. Chair, I think under the appropriate procedure, now is the time to ask the commissioners if they have any questions, the procedural type questions of the hearing officer, or if they're ready to move on to the next agenda item.
Would anyone like to hear from the hearing officer? No. Do you need a motion, or we just need a motion? You just let, okay. Okay. Let's move to the next item, wellborn integrity and well construction standards presentation. So, Ms. Murphy, come on down, and whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
We're like 2 people away from the actual presentation, but we're close. So, great. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director, Commissioners. My name is Julie Murphy. I work for the Commission, and I wanted to set us up today with a tiny bit of context. We at staff have recently announced that we'll be undertaking a wellbore integrity rulemaking in February. And I think I want to first state at the outset that that rulemaking is a possibility because of the hard work of the people who are here to present to you. They have put us on a path in a very unique way to undertake this rulemaking, and the wellbore integrity rulemaking is an important one. It is required by 181, and it is important to increasing protections for the environment during and after well construction. So with that understanding, I wanted to take a moment of your time to acknowledge the folks who had the vision and demonstrated the leadership necessary to bring this forward kind of in advance of when we thought we would get it done. A group of people sat down together with the support of their organizations to hammer out some suggested revisions, and we're continuing to work through those revisions with staff and those folks. But those people are here in the room today to talk to you about what well construction is. We thought that this would be an opportune time to help educate ourselves, you and our stakeholders, about well construction, so that we all have a better foundation for an understanding about wellbore integrity and what the proposed rule changes mean and will do when we get there in February. So that's kind of my contextual statement about why we're here and why we're taking a little bit of your time today. With that, I would turn it over to Matt Lepore and Adam Peltz, who I think have been a couple of the real leaders on this issue, to talk a little bit more about where we're going next.
Okay, Ms. Lepore, are you the ringleader? You want to kick it off and? Okay.
Thank you. My name is Matt Lepore. Thank you. Better now? There you go. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Matt Lepore. I work with Adamantine Energy, which is a small consulting firm. Adamantine's mission is to reduce conflict in the energy development space and to bring together multiple stakeholders to collaborate to develop enduring solutions to some of the conflicts that we see. It's my pleasure to be here today. I also should tell you that from 2018, I was the director of the COGCC. I would like to ask everybody that's up here quickly to introduce themselves so you know who you're going to hear from, and then I'll do a little introduction for us.
Hi, I'm Adam Peltz. I'm the senior attorney at Environmental Defense Fund, where I focus on well integrity issues nationwide.
I'm Brian Koshier, drilling engineering manager with SRC Energy.
I'm Julie Tannehill, the completions engineering manager at SRC Energy.
Jim Bolander, consulting engineer working with Environmental Defense Fund.
So Commissioners, I want to elaborate just a little bit on the background that Julie Murphy gave you. In the wake of the Firestone tragedy in 2017, Governor Hickenlooper issued a directive of sorts with 7 recommendations that the COGCC undertake. One of those was to ask the State Oil and Gas Regulatory Exchange to review several sets of COGCC's rules. One of those rules, or one of those sets of rules, were the wellbore integrity rules. I will back up and tell you that the State Oil and Gas Regulatory Exchange, known by the fun acronym SOGR, is a joint venture between the Interstate Oil and Gas Compact Commission and the Groundwater Protection Council. What SOGR does is bring together regulatory, oil and gas regulatory leaders from around the country and offer review, a peer assessment of other state regulators' rules and regulations. So I went to SOGR and asked for that review of the wellbore integrity rules and others. And with respect to wellbore integrity, I specifically asked that the team that SOGR put together include the Environmental Defense Fund as at least in an advisory capacity. And I did that because Mr. Peltz and his colleagues had been speaking to me about wellbore integrity for quite a while. And our collective view was that Colorado's wellbore integrity rules were strong, but a little bit behind the times, insofar as at least Texas and Ohio had done upgrades to their rules based on working with EDF. So that was the context of asking SOGR for that review, asking them to put leading experts on it, including EDF. They did that. Texas, Ohio, and Pennsylvania representatives led the review of Colorado's regulations. They came forward with a report that has something like 40 or 50 subject matter recommendations and about 132 comments in total. That report was finalized in June of this year, and that final report included their recommendations and COGC's response to those recommendations. So Stuart Ellsworth, the engineering team here, read that report, wrote back to SOGR, said, here's our feedback and what have you. And then that report, that final report, came out in June. When that report came out, I looked at it and I looked at the recommendations and I said to Director Robbins, I think there's an opportunity here. I think that EDF stands behind this report, was very much involved in preparing this report. And I think if we go to the regulated community and ask them to look at the report, we will get a positive reception, that they will be interested as well in having strong wellbore integrity rules in Colorado. So that's what we did. And the industry was receptive. And in late October, the first meeting between EDF
And one of the industry representatives that represented one of the industries that is represented, one of the entities that is represented here today, sat down, went through the recommendations, and said we can make this work. That group of industry representatives has expanded over time so that it represents operators on both the Front Range and the Piceance Basin. They have approached this by assembling subject matter expert teams in drilling, completions, and production, and spent innumerable hours going through the recommendations, sitting down with EDF, sitting down with COGCC, and coming up with rule language that meets, we think, and I'll let Adam talk about this more, meets the intent and purpose of the SOGA recommendations and EDF's approach to rulemaking. So that's how we've gotten to where we are. You heard this morning that staff would like to go forward to rulemaking in February. All of the industry representatives here support that approach, as does EDF, I believe. And so again, today we're not going to talk about rules as much as talk to you about what we are talking about when we're talking about wellbore integrity. What does it mean to construct a well? What are we talking about cementing? What is the annulus? What is a braided head? I hope that all gets covered. So that's why we're here, and I appreciate it. Appreciate the opportunity, Director Robbins and Chairman. And I'll turn it over to Adam.
If I could, Director Robbins, if we do that, Commissioners, I just want to impress upon you the breadth and depth of this group coming together and working on this. I find it to be a remarkably positive undertaking where, you know, EDF and industry, and then also I want to thank our staff. You know, our staff has been instrumental in reviewing the SOGA report and reviewing the points that these guys have made. Big heads up as well to Stuart Ellsworth, who was our engineering manager, retired, and within a month I brought him back as a technical consultant. He's been very helpful on this. Julie, are there other members of our staff? Was Mark on this as well? Diane McCoy and the engineering leadership team were involved with this. So I just want to lay that context. This is unique, and I think it's a very good illustration of the Colorado way that you speak about, Mr. Chairman Gibbs, every now and then. The only sort of last little technical piece is that Senate Bill 181 had a specific provision that this commission was to consider incorporating recommendations from the State Oil Gas Regulatory Exchange, and then it lists out those things. And so this is all woven into 181. It was part of the Hickenlooper order, and then that got woven into the mandate that you all have. And so we're excited to hear about this today and then have a hearing in February on these topics, and hopefully into success. So again, thank you.
Sure. And hi again, Adam Peltz, Environmental Defense Fund. I wanted to thank the commission and staff for having us here today to talk about my favorite topic, which is wellbore integrity. So EDF has been identified early on in the shale boom that well integrity is a key technical issue that needed to be properly addressed by regulators and industry alike to prevent damage to aquifers and well explosions and leaks and all sorts of things that happen underground. And so starting in around 2010, the Environmental Defense Fund teamed up with Southwestern Energy, which Jim Bolander was working for at the time, along with a handful of other, a large handful actually, of other major operators and other NGOs, to see if we could come up with a guidance document for regulators on well integrity. And we came up with what we call the Model Regulatory Framework for Well Integrity, a 50-page document that includes the latest and greatest thinking, but also with all the industry participation was stuff that industry could do, not address their risks, you know, but would also be environmentally protective. And since we published that in 2014, several states have used the Model Regulatory Framework with our goading to upgrade their programs. Texas upgraded in 2013. They hadn't done a well integrity rulemaking since the early 70s. But when they did this rulemaking, they adopted around 40 of our ideas, and blowouts in the state fell 40% the next year, and injuries from blowouts fell 50%. So it speaks to the notion that if you have good engineering rules, and you actually do improve safety and environmental performance. And as Matt said, we've worked on well integrity in Texas, Ohio, Pennsylvania, North Dakota, Oklahoma, California. And so why not Colorado? And so we started looking at Colorado's rules around 2016 and saw room for improvement. As Matt says, we came in and bugged Matt and many of the staff in this room about our ideas. I took on some more urgency after Firestone, and we were happy then to work with the SOGR team on putting together the well integrity report with recommendations, and we were able to give them a head start since we had already analyzed all the rules against a set of elements that the Groundwater Protection Council had adopted as a good outline, which incidentally was based originally on our model regulatory framework. And so the ideas that are in the report we felt were very good, and that if Colorado adopted the recommendations that sort of as Stuart articulated, then the state would satisfy the call in the executive order, and in fact have the strongest rules in the country. And so when we sat down with industry starting in the summer, we were happy to hear that industry felt like these ideas were all potentially implementable, but there was a devil in the details question. So we started off with an initial red line that we had put together based on the recommendations in the report against the rule set, and then had several intensive but also fun months of back and forth. It was fun for me. I don't know about anyone else, but back and forth with industry, going through line by line, figuring out how to implement the recommendations in a way that makes sense in the Colorado operating context. And we came up with a joint set of recommendations that A, satisfy essentially everything in the report. B, meet all of EDF's standards on what makes a good regulation. C would be the strongest rule in the country, pretty much by our count, with some real exciting innovations that would be, where Colorado would be basically the first and the best. And D was workable for industry, so that was a bonus. And we're now really optimistic about a rulemaking that the COGCC, having absorbed those recommendations, is putting together over the next 2 months. And I can't thank everyone involved enough for being open-minded and thoughtful and trying to find the ways to get to a productive and stringent and intelligent and workable rule on well integrity for the state. And I was hoping that Mike Rodinsky from OXY, who's a principal industry participant in keeping together the subject matter expert groups and moving along the red line, could say a few words too about this process.
Adam, thank you. My name is Mike Wardinsky. I am an engineer at Oxy Petroleum, and my role is in the regulatory department. To give more color to what Adam said, back in September, when we had EDF's red line of the 200, 300, and 600 series rules, we worked with the trades and operators here in Colorado. And as Matt pointed out, we had 4 subject matter expert groups. There were the drillers, completions folks, production folks, and then folks that primarily do well servicing or P&As. We met once a week. Each of those groups met separately on their own once a week for approximately 3 hours. And over the course of September, October, and November, we went through all of the red lines from the both the SOGR report and the red lines that came from EDF. And we met after we would go through red lines, we would then meet with EDF and the trades and hammer out and do our back and forths. And then the last time we met in November, we had concluded all of those red lines and come up with something that was acceptable to the subject matter expert groups as well as EDF. And that is what we gave the commission at the end of November.
With that, unless there are questions at this time, I'll turn it over to Julie and Brian to get down in the technical details.
Oh, sure. So, Brian and Julie and Jim, who are all engineers and actually know this stuff, are going to be giving the bulk of the presentation over the next however long, perhaps 2 hours. But we have a video to start with, which is from, I think, Marathon Energy from around 7 or 8 years ago. I will note that it is a little industry rah-rah, but it's also useful visualization that I think is worthwhile for us to start out with to help ground everyone on what we're going to be discussing for the afternoon.
Chairman Gibbs.
Commissioner Jolan.
I have a question for the presenters. Adam, you had said in this presentation that in Texas, blowouts went down 40 to 50%.
So blowouts went down 40% and injuries from blowouts went down
50%. So just so I can understand the scope of the issue, because I don't have the familiarity, is that can you give me a sense of what numbers we're looking at? Like when we go down 40%, 40% of what?
Well, so in Texas, it was a bigger number than it would be here, and I don't have the absolute number of blowouts. I know that we found something like 40 odd well integrity incidents that were reported to the COGCC
In Colorado.
In Colorado since 2015. You know, the true answer may be more than that, but you know, that's probably not two orders of magnitude.
Okay, thank you.
Geologists have known for years that substantial deposits of oil and natural gas are trapped in deep shale formations. These shale reservoirs were created tens of millions of years ago. Around the world today, with modern horizontal drilling techniques and hydraulic fracturing, the trapped oil and natural gas in these shale reservoirs is being safely and efficiently produced, gathered, and distributed to customers. Let's look at the drilling and completion process of a typical oil and natural gas well. Shale reservoirs are usually 1 mile or more below the surface, well below any underground source of drinking water, which is typically no more than 300 to 1,000 feet below the surface. Additionally, steel pipes, called casing, cemented in place, provide a multi-layered barrier to protect freshwater aquifers. During the past 60 years, the oil and gas industry has conducted fracture stimulations in over 1 million wells worldwide. The initial steps are the same as for any conventional well. A hole is drilled straight down using freshwater-based fluids, which cools the drill bit, carries the rock cuttings back to the surface, and stabilizes the wall of the well bore. Once the hole extends below the deepest freshwater aquifer, the drill pipe is removed and replaced with steel pipe, called surface casing. Next, cement is pumped down the casing. When it reaches the bottom, it is pumped down and then back up between the casing and the borehole wall, creating an impermeable additional protective barrier between the well bore and any freshwater sources. In some cases, depending on the geology of the area and the depth of the well, additional casing sections may be run and, like surface casing, are then cemented in place to ensure no movement of fluids or gas between those layers and the groundwater sources. What makes drilling for hydrocarbons in a shale formation unique is the necessity to drill horizontally. Vertical drilling continues to a depth called the kickoff point. This is where the wellbore begins curving to become horizontal. One of the advantages of horizontal drilling is that it's possible to drill several wells from only one drilling pad. minimizing the impact to the surface environment. When the targeted distance is reached, the drill pipe is removed and additional steel casing is inserted through the full length of the wellbore. Once again, the casing is cemented in place. For some horizontal developments, new technology in the form of sliding sleeves and mechanical isolation devices replace cement in the creation of isolations along the wellbore. Once the drilling is finished and the final casing has been installed, the drilling rig is removed and preparations are made for the next steps, well completion. The first step in completing a well is the creation of a connection between the final casing and the reservoir rock. This consists of lowering a specialized tool called a perforating gun, which is equipped with shaped explosive charges, down to the rock layer containing oil or natural gas. This perforating gun is then fired, which creates holes through the casing, cement, and into the target rock. These perforating holes connect the reservoir and the wellbore. Since these perforations are only a few inches long and are performed more than a mile underground, the entire process is imperceptible on the surface. The perforation gun is then removed in preparation for the next step, hydraulic fracturing. The process consists of pumping a mixture of mostly water and sand, plus a few chemicals, under controlled conditions into deep underground reservoir formations. The chemicals are generally for lubrication, to keep bacteria from forming, and help carry the sand. These chemicals typically range in concentrations from 0.1 to 0.5% by volume and help to improve the performance of the stimulation. This stimulation fluid is sent to trucks that pump the fluid into the wellbore and out through the perforations that were noted earlier. This process creates fractures in the oil and gas reservoir rock. The sand in the frac fluid remains in these fractures in the rock and keeps them open when the pump pressure is relieved. This allows the previously trapped oil or natural gas to flow to the wellbore more easily. This initial stimulation segment is then isolated with a specially designed plug, and the perforating guns are used to perforate the next stage. This stage is then hydraulically fractured in the same manner. This process is repeated along the entire horizontal section of the well, which can extend several miles. Once the stimulation is complete, the isolation plugs are drilled out and production begins. Initially water and then natural gas or oil flows into the horizontal casing and up the wellbore. In the course of initial production of the well, approximately 15 to 50% of the fracturing fluid is recovered. This fluid is either recycled to be used on other fracturing operations or safely disposed of according to government regulations. The whole process of developing a well typically takes from 3 to 5 months, a few weeks to prepare the site, 4 to 6 weeks to drill the well, and then 1 to 3 months of completion activities, which includes 1 to 7 days of stimulation. But this 3 to 5 month investment can result in a well that will produce oil or natural gas for 20 to 40 years or more. When all of the oil or natural gas that can be recovered economically from a reservoir has been produced, work begins to return the land to the way it was before the drilling operations commenced. Wells will be filled with cement and pipes cut off 3 to 6 feet below ground level. All surface equipment will be removed, and all pads will be filled in with dirt or replanted. The land can then be used again by the landowner for other activities, and there will be virtually no visual signs that a well was once there. Today, hydraulic fracturing has become an increasingly important technique for producing oil and natural gas in places where the hydrocarbons were previously inaccessible. Technology will continue to be developed to improve the safe and economic development of oil and gas resources.
Thank you, Matt and Adam, for the wonderful introductions. And Adam, yes, I did enjoy the process. So
I am grateful to hear that.
no, I just want to start by thanking the commission director for having us here today. We had the opportunity to give a tour to some of you, I believe it was in early August, out to the Bose Farm location, followed by the Liberty frac tour. So I'd like to start, we'll go over the presentation, but at any point, if you guys want to come back out to the field, we'd love to host you and get a little more in-depth into the process, especially after this presentation. So purpose of this presentation will focus on well construction and go through the different phases of operations and what those look like. And then as we get into the specific operations, we'll kind of dive into the details on how it applies to well construction. So as the video just pointed out, I think that was a great introduction of really getting a feel for visually seeing the process, seeing what happens downhole, and why we do things. But we'll just kind of step through a little more in depth on the individual aspects. So that first slide there is just going through the process of development and the timelines associated with it. The first stage is the drilling phase. And on the Front Range, that is what the drilling phase looks like a lot of the times. A derrick with a location wrapped in sound walls. It doesn't always have the nice mountain backdrop, but it makes for a good picture. But in most aspects along the Front Range, that's what it does look like. And we put the sound walls to mitigate against light, sound to the local stakeholders, and even for that matter, some dust control. Depending on the size of the pad, when we talk about developments, you know, we always reference per well, but a lot of these pads will have, you know, 12, 24 wells. The Boast location that you went to in early August was a 48 well development. So when we reference a time, it's a per well time. Generally, the drilling phase takes about 4 to 6 days per well, and that's dependent on the basin in which the well is being drilled and also the lateral length. You know, so, you know, when we talk about going laterally through the formation, we're extending those laterals 1, 2, 3 miles, and that is the time factor associated with that. Once the drilling phase is complete, and when I say the drilling phase, that means all wells have been drilled, cased, and cemented. The drilling rig will then move off location. It's a modular rig meant to come apart pretty fast and move to a different location and then rig back up. After the drilling phase and that rig has moved off location, the completion phase, which encompasses a fracture stimulation. What you see up there is a fracture stimulation fleet, and it's a series of pump trucks. And that is when we perforate and pump fluid down the hole to create fractures within the formation. Generally, that lasts 3 to 5 days, and then they will come in and clean out those plugs, as the video showed. And then once the plugs are all cleaned out and the well is flowing back, it then goes into the production phase of its life cycle. The semi-industrial phase up front with the drilling completions can last 4 to 5 months for a 12, 16 well pad. But really those wells are then on production for 20 to 30 years. And that is what, on the far right, what the facilities would look like. And you can see further in the picture that small swath of land with the farmland around it, that's actually the wellheads. So the wellheads are where the wells were drilled, cased and cemented and fractured, and then flow lines running from those wellheads to the facility on the bottom of the picture.
We'll get into this more. This is Adam, but these are covered. I think Mike said this in the 200, 300, and 600 series of the rules. You know, all of COGCC's regulations, plus a little bit with definitions.
And I'm not sure if we're the process here, but any questions, please just jump in and ask them if that's dictated. So meant to be an open forum.
Yeah, we're also ready to draw stuff on the whiteboard, which is like usually the most fun part. So please ask questions that require Jim to draw things.
I have a whole section for that coming.
Okay.
Yeah, just a little segue. Yes,
Commissioner Hahn.
So I have a question, being in the heart of a lot of drilling in Will County right now. What is happening when a well's been drilled, it's been fracked, the rig's been moved off, and then a month later, the rig comes back? What has happened, or what's going on that the rig has to come back in a short amount of time?
well, if it's within a month after fracture,
Or, I mean, maybe even 3, just
generally there's either going to be a coil tubing unit or a smaller rig called a workover rig to come on and drill out those plugs to clean out the well after the fracture.
And if it's more than, so like a short amount of time would be just a normal part of the process,
Yep.
drilling out the plug. So let's extend it and say it's 4 or 5 months later, then what would be happening?
So generally, if you see the location in the state that on the right where it's in the production phase, you see another rig come back on, it's a service rig or a workover rig working on an already producing well. So it looks probably like a much smaller footprint, and Julie can take over whenever you're.
Yeah, so Julie Tannehill again. What you're seeing is a workover rig or a service rig, and the purpose and the intent of that is to a couple things. We might be installing extra equipment downhole, or we might be cleaning that well up for various reasons or purposes. There can be short-term cleanups and there's long-term cleanups. We actually have a segment in the presentation that covers some of that, but that's generally what's happening if it's not a drilling rig that's in the area.
Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So talk a little bit about, so I mean, I understand the process of the drilling and the stimulating for an individual well. A lot of these well pads have, 12, 13, up to 30 or 40 wells on a pad. How does that sequentially work as far as the process goes?
Generally, depending on the amount of wells and the orientation, particularly in the horizontals, the phases of development will be different depending on the specific project, meaning that some of these 48 well pads, like the Bose pad, I'll reference you since we were all out there and able to see it. It had 4 different rows of 12 wellheads, and we sequentially drilled 24 of those, and then at the same time there was a fracture going on one side. If you look at this, this is a good example right here. This is where we were at on the question slide. It was good that we left the picture. So it's the back page. So you can see that this is the northern pad, and there's a facility just to the south and another 24 well pad to the south of that facility. What we're doing here is on the right, or the east 12 well slots, we are actively drilling those wells. So those wells are being drilled, cased, and cemented. At the same time, the wells on the left, those have been already fractured, and now we're in the process of cleaning out those plugs and flowing them back. So to kind of round this out, depending on the orientation of the wells, will kind of dictate the process of development. If that, because it's not going to be just.
So I mean, if you've got 4 to 6 days drilling, per well, and then you've got stimulating. I can't remember what the timeline is, but let's say it's a week for stimulating. So as you're looking at a set of 20 wells, you're adding those time frames to each well, and you're working on these things. But at any point, are you like stimulating 3 or 4 or 5 wells at a time, or is it always independent, one well at a time?
So with horizontal completions, oftentimes we're coupling wells together for efficiency reasons, for timing. And so oftentimes you'll hear of zipper fracs. And what that means is you've got a variety of wells that you're working on. It can range from 2 to 6, depending on the operator and the style. But in that case, you're moving from well to well, and those wells are set up to be able to frac multiple wells at one time.
Okay, thanks. And that's Julie Cahill. What's your last name again?
Tannehill.
Tannehill.
Julie
Okay.
Tannehill.
I just want to make sure we introduce each other, because I'm sure there are a lot of folks that have called in too, so they're not speaking.
But if you want to reference a 20 well pad, I would say 6 months of operations before we're handing it over to go into the production phase.
Commissioner Eden.
Just to clarify, when you pull the plugs, you said it's a mill out, that's different than using the workover rig, or what's the process and how long does that piece of it take?
So what you see on the left-hand side of this image is in the background, you see a derrick, and it's got a yellow crown. In the foreground, you see a logging unit, and then there's a coil unit in between both of those two. So
Does anyone have a pointer? That'd be helpful.
Oh,
Okay.
okay, perfect. Okay, so these wells, this set of 12 wells have been stimulated, and these wells are landing towards the east. The wells that Brian's drilling here are being drilled towards the west. These wells have already been hydraulically fractured. Those pumps, all the equipment used to do that type of operation have demobbed. This unit right here, oftentimes you'll see this above the walls, this orange gooseneck right here. It's got coil tubing, which is tubing that can wrap itself over a reel. And you use that, or you can use this workover rig right here. These are some options to use that you can enter the well and you can clean those plugs out of the well. And you're cleaning plugs and sand. And rather than say drill out, because you can also drill those plugs out, we're milling out. That's just a term that we use because it's a specific type of tool. But you can use those units to clean those wells out, and then we can come in and use this rig itself, this service rig, to land another series of pipes we call tubing, almost like a straw. And that's what we leave, the condition in which we leave these wells for long-term production.
no. There we are.
Yeah, just put it on 3, please. And I just want to add with the production phase, the location of these facilities and wellheads is worked out way in front with the landowners. For instance, this location here is oriented in a way to where if you see those wellheads, the pivot, when it comes around the field, actually goes over the wellhead. So it's the location is very specific to where the landowner would like, and also facilitate farming. So, and briefly, we'll just go through the development process. You know, there is a focus on wellbore construction and the development phase, but the first part of the phase is location assessment. You know, obviously, this is after the leases are secured in order to drill the acreage. The location assessment is the process with the landowner working on a surface use agreement and where that location will be. And then based on that, understanding the topography of the land, the surrounding stakeholders or building units, you know, being subdivisions, and then the plan of development of where all those factors are considered in order to mitigate against light, noise, dust, and then the development process will begin at that point. And all those will be submitted with as best management practices within our Form 2s. The reason why I just have a Form 2 here is because we're focused on wellbore construction, where the 2A is a location assessment. So I just want to kind of stay focused on that. So once the Form 2 submittal, and that specifies the specifics of the wellbore construction, the casing strings, the type of materials in the casing, what it's rated for, the cement placement, the slurry design, where the casing depths are set, entrance and stop points into the reservoir, meaning, you know, where we can take minerals from and where that'll end. That'll be your toe and your heel of the lateral, thinking of it as a foot. All those specifics will go into it. And that's more focused on the drilling phase. Julie will go into a little more in depth the offset well mitigation piece of the Form 2. And that's identifying all the existing offset wells in the surrounding areas in the condition of those wells, being from a cement integrity, surface equipment, what that's rated to, and that plan will be submitted to the state from the operator side, but also the state staff looks into the integrity of those wells too. So it's a checks and balances. But Julie will kind of dive into that a little further.
Oh, and this is Adam Phelps, and I should say that from EDF's perspective, this permitting phase is extremely critical to having good wellbore integrity over the life of the well, because this is the moment when industry and COGCC and impacted stakeholders work out, where is this well going to be, how is it going to be drilled, and what's the operation look like for its lifetime. So this is a great back and forth moment to set the process right.
Then after the Form 2 submittal and approval, we'll go into the execution phase of that, and that encompasses constructing the location first. Then we'll go, like we just mentioned, go into the drilling completion phase, and then turn over to production. Then there is also a Form 5 and 5A process, which is post drill and complete. And that requires a series of attachments. And it's think of the Form 2 as this is the plan. The 5 and 5A is this is how we executed it. From exact placements of casing and slurries and rates and a series of attachments. The final survey, which places the well in 3D space, that's all submitted with this. We'll then go on and start really the evolution of drilling and where technology has allowed us to come today and the form of development that you see in front of you today. So drilling started off in a vertical world, meaning the wells were drilled, essentially vertically down below the surface. And that's on the far left there. Through the 80s and 90s, we started what we call directional drilling. And that is the middle depiction here, where you're coming off vertically and then kind of reaching a point where you kick off or nudge and depart from your surface location. And these can either be like a build and hold, like you see here, which is kind of like a straw, or we'll do an S shape where you come down vertically through the pay. This form of development, if you think about it, the zone in which the targeting, we're only exposed to the thickness of the zone as we're coming down it through it vertically. So if the zone is 30 feet thick, that's the production interval you have with a vertical or directional well. With advancements in technology, a lot of the different plays or basins are being developed horizontally at this point. There's advantageous reasons for this development. As we were talking about, maybe a 30-foot interval of pay here. Now you can start stretching horizontally 1, 2, 3 miles to where you have exposure to that reservoir for a greater distance. But outside of wellbore profile, there's also other advantages. If we think of the shift from a vertical to directional to horizontal world, with a vertical world, if we're thinking about 40-acre spacing development, over a square mile, that's 16 wells, different locations of 1 to 2 acres spread through a field of individual well locations. Now, if you bring it down to 20-acre spacing, now you're at 32 separate locations. And as the density increases, the surface locations increase.
Commissioner Hopkins has a question.
Yeah, a question. I think this is maybe associated with offset well mitigation. How do you, in a lot of these fields now, you're going into fields that have lots of legacy wells or plugged and abandoned wells. And I know there can be concern about, from the fracking process, potentially reactivating perhaps a plugged and abandoned well or hitting a legacy well or something like that. Could you describe kind of what you do in that kind of situation when you're going into a lot of either legacy wells during the drilling phase or plugged and abandoned wells? Just how you go about evaluating avoiding any type of problems with those types of wells that may not have the same technology as much as good as we do now?
Certainly. Go ahead. I'll start from the drilling phase. I mean, the offset well evaluation is the key upfront piece of the puzzle, where the entire COGCC database is scoured for offset wells, you know, the history of that location. From a drilling standpoint, we get all of the as-drilled directional surveys. For wells that aren't plugged, we actually go out and do a gyro survey, which is a more precise measurement of where that well is. And with that, we import that into a model that we plan our new wells in. And now we're able to see 3D spatially with distances how far those wells are from a proposed well bore. And we'll actively steer around those wells while we're drilling. And then I'll leave it to Julie to discuss the offset.
Yeah, so one of the key functions that my team is involved with is we go out and research all the existing vertical wells, directional wells, in some cases horizontal wells that are in the area, offset to the new development that we're planning. And so we'll go back, we'll find wells that are from the 50s, 70s, 80s vintage, and we are looking at a plethora of data in terms of how that well was constructed, what they did during the timeline of that well. And so with this research, then we can make determinations on whether or not the well was plugged to today's standards, and what we want to do with that particular well. And so an immense amount of research goes into it. And those records are supplied back to the state. State engineers do the same exact thing, and there's a checks and balances that goes on in that process. And so we're constantly going back and forth and saying, is this appropriate? Is this appropriate? And we make a determination on what needs to be repaired, fixed, and brought up to today's standards before we move forward.
So a lot of planning. I hear a lot of planning, a lot of evaluation. Do you have any processes that you use during the fracking process or after the fracking process to see if these legacy or plugged and abandoned wells have now been stimulated in some type of way to come to the surface and have hydrocarbons come to the surface via those types of potential problems? Do you have any post-evaluation?
Absolutely.
And I appreciate hearing about that too.
So some of the things that we do, in some cases, these wells aren't plugged and they are existing wells. We have operators that go out and they're part of their routes. They're constantly checking those wells. If it's not on a daily, it's at least on a semi-weekly basis. And these wells are constantly being checked and reviewed for that specific case in general. Behind me, there's a bunch of my colleagues that are at other operators, and what we're doing, just so that it's clear for everybody, is the work that goes into the research of the production, the vertical wells, is immense, but it takes a village to run these programs. It's not just one person, it's not just one company. And we're constantly in dialogue and in communication. And there's a variety of different folks that work on these wells. So like I said, our operators will go out and they'll check these wells, and vice versa. As engineers, we're constantly interacting with our colleagues and asking them, are you seeing anything? And they're the first ones that will report anything back to you should an instance occur. So this is just, it's an ongoing, it's part of the process.
Okay, I can understand that part of it with the ongoing
Sure.
well operations or inspection. What about plugged and abandoned wells? Do you have any process to see whether or not their integrity is still in place?
That's part of this whole research process as well. So we go in, and again, we're looking at plugging reports, and we are making determinations on whether or not the cement plugs and the mechanical plugs that are downhole are sufficient, and whether or not they will have integrity for future operations that are coming in. So in the case where a well was plugged in the 1950s standards, we'll go back and we'll re-enter those wells, and we'll place additional cement and additional mechanical plugs in those wells to ensure the safety of subsurface groundwater, and all the different things that are associated with protecting the environment.
And I guess but you're relying strongly on records to make those types of determinations.
We are, but I tell you what, the COGC has some really good records that we go back and look through and try to decipher the history of these wells. We also have paper records that are distributed from operator to operator. And in some cases, we go through those as well.
Okay, thank you.
This is Adam Peltz. For what it's worth, this issue of interwellbore communications is one of the hot topics among regulators around the country. This is really ramped up everywhere because the dynamic of putting horizontal wells in old vertical fields is a nationwide issue. And while the current setup in Colorado is a guidance and not a rule, it is one of the most sophisticated interwellbore communication mitigation programs in the country.
So as we evolved in wellbore profile, like I said, what that's allowed us to do is access large subsurface acreage by minimizing a surface acreage position. For instance, the Piance is now drilling directional well bores, 30 to 40 wells from a pad, where you're able to access a lot more reservoir. Same thing with the horizontal play, large subsurface development with minimizing the surface development. And I'll reference the Boast again, because like I said, we were all there and it's a good reference point. For instance, this encompasses 48 wells, developing 4 square miles, 24 wells going to the west and 24 wells going to the east. And with that, the disturbance area when you were out there during the operational phase was 31 acres. After the rig and frac crews move off and it goes to the production phase, the disturbance area will be just over 10 acres at that point. But that is developing 4 square miles. And with that, one of the advantages of that is we're able to go and take out those older existing wells scattered throughout the fields. And in this case, 54 wells we were able to plug and reclaim and give that land back to the landowners, the communities. So if you look at the development as a whole, the project was 10 acres of disturbance on the surface, but really it was giving back north of 65 acres. So it's there is an advantage to these large surface developments developing or large subsurface acreage. And this is just a little overview of the basins within Colorado and the different geologic formations that we're targeting. You hear a lot of the Denver-Julesburg, which is a DJ basin just outside of Denver. Primarily the targets are the Niobrara and Codell within these formations in current days. There was the Sussex and Shannon and Jason in previous years. And then the Piance, a lot of Mesa Verde production. And the reason for showing this is to show that these unconventional reservoirs that we're currently targeting are generally in the vicinity of 6,000 to 8,000 feet vertically down. And when I say unconventional, the differentiation point from a conventional to unconventional is just a reservoir that needs to be fracture stimulated in order to flow. So it has to have that process in order to flow. So if we think about the formations 6,000 to 8,000 feet down, generally the aquifers in these fields are anywhere from 8 to 1,300 feet. So the targeted interval is generally greater than a mile below the freshwater aquifers in these associated fields. Now we'll go into the well construction phase and the process in which these wells are executed. This is the drilling phase, and this is a typical drilling rig layout. It may look different depending on which location you're going, but the same systems are going to be there no matter which location you go to. Like we mentioned, this is the derrick, and these systems, these rigs are all independently powered. So you have your generators in the back, your variable frequency drive house, which takes all the power and distributes it amongst the rig systems. And then you have your mud pumps. And these arrows are a flow diagram of the closed loop mud system that are on these rigs. And the reason why the mud is so important to highlight, because it's like similar to the circulatory system of the human body. The mud does multiple factors for us to be able to execute these wells. Just like anyone that's scuba dived or swam in a pool, as you go deeper, that the pressure exerted by that column of fluid gets greater and greater. Well, that 7,000 foot column of fluid is what allows us to keep the wellbore integrity intact, meaning that the wellbore is not going to cave in, and B, keep all formation fluids within the formation. So it's, on a typical 7,000 vertically foot well with, 9.5 pound mud weight, we're exerting about 3,500 PSI against that formation, keeping the wellbore intact and the formation fluids in there. In addition, what we were talking about these unconventional reservoirs is they're so tight that the fluids don't naturally flow. That's also an advantage for us while we're actively drilling these wells, is that the wellbore, the formation's so tight that these formation fluids can't actively flow to us. In addition to the,
Commissioner Putnam.
yes,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When you said that it's a closed loop system, could you expand on that a little bit in terms of what steps you take to make sure it's a closed loop, and then what you do with any off gases or other waste streams?
yes. So when I say closed loop system, we don't have open pits, on locations. So we have mud pits, which are metal vessels that hold associated volumes with it. So this is the flow diagram of our mud system. The mud is pumped over to our mud pumps, and then the mud pumps have an outlet, and it's called our standpipe, which the fluid flows from our pumps up the standpipe, up the derrick, through our top drive system and into the drill pipe. The fluid then flows down the drill pipe, however far that extends, 7 or 17,000 feet. It then comes out our drill bit, and it comes out the drill bit, and now that drill bit, in our case, is drilling an 8.5 inch hole, and that fluid then U-tubes around the drill bit, flows up the wellbore in what we call our annulus, which is the space between our formation in the drill pipe or our previous casing string in the drill pipe. It flows up the annulus, out what we call our flow line here, and over our shakers. And the shakers just shake, and they we don't come up with ingenious slogans here. Everything's named for what they do. And they're outfitted with screens. And the reason for that is that when they shake, they break the tension between the fluid and the rock that it's carrying up. The rock then goes over into a bin, and then the fluid is captured through those screens and pumped back to our mud pits. So that's what I mean with a closed loop system, is everything is captured and contained. So for instance, on a 26 well pad that we drill, we're not losing fluid and disposing of fluid. We're just actively maintaining the fluid.
Commissioner Hahn.
So in the shaker, when the rock is shook out,
Mm-hmm.
what happens to those remains?
So the rock that is brought to surface is then we have it manifested to where the loads are manifested and brought to a disposal facility.
I know some parts of the country, uranium and
Mhm.
radon are a bit of an issue. Do you test those remains? Are there any concerns with what's coming up that they might be radioactive?
The disposal facility does all the testing on them.
And I mean, do you know how often they find?
They don't.
They don't.
Generally, yeah. I mean, with the drilling of these formations, we are looking for the signature of the formation, which is the radioactive signature within the formation. It's just naturally occurring. Not necessarily uranium, but we can go over the track on this on a further slide. Yeah.
Commissioner, it's Matt Lepore again. COGCC has done a couple of studies on the radiation that is or isn't present in most of the formations in Colorado. So I don't have the technical expertise to give you those details, but Stuart or Greg Dronlow could, I think, tell you, or Director Robbins may have it at his but I know. You guys have studied what sorts of radiation levels or radioactive materials are present in Colorado. It tends to be low compared to Pennsylvania and other places where those issues have been more at the forefront.
Commissioner Putnam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just go back to the closed loop. So it's closed loop vis-a-vis the fluid. What about any volatilizing hydrocarbons from the drilling mud that might come off in the shaking process or in the mud pits or anything else like that?
Yeah, so we have, so when we're in hydrocarbon bearing formations, our mud comes out this flow line and, sorry, Adam, it actually goes up what we call our gas buster. And the fluid inlet on the gas buster is about 3/4 or 7/8 of the way up that gas buster. So then the fluid comes in the top and goes down through the gas buster. And in the gas buster is a series of baffle plates, which as the fluid hits, the gas comes out of solution of the fluid. The gas then goes up this outlet and down and off the picture is either a flare stack or a combustor, to where while we're drilling, that hydrocarbon gas is redirected and flared or combusted on location.
Commissioner Putnam.
Thank you. Quick follow-up on that. So if you have any hydrocarbons volatilizing off the mud itself, for example, in the mud pits, would that be flared in your system?
Not in the mud pits. We capture it before it goes back to the mud pits through the gas buster.
Okay.
So the purpose of that gas buster is before it hits the shakers or the pits, that gas comes out of solution and is directed to a combustor or flare stack.
Commissioner Eden.
And I just wanted to be clear, is that required, the gas buster? Is that everywhere? And all the basins have that same requirement? And also the disposal requirements, are they the same across all the basins for the mud?
Yeah, I'd refer to Stuart on that before commenting on all basins.
Well, it is in the 900 series that, an oily waste needs to be disposed of in a CDPHE approved landfill for that type of disposal. So that's a statewide scenario. And the gas buster is more of a standard industry practice on safety for drilling. So because you're drilling with hydrocarbons, you want that gas buster on all locations to be able to control when you get I'm gonna call it more of a gas kick in that sense.
Commissioner Overturf.
My question is similar, but I'm going to word it in a slightly different way. That when hearing presentations like this from an individual associated with industry, it's always hard to tell when we do X means we do X as opposed to we do X. So when you talk about the use of closed loop systems, the gas buster, each of these things, are those practices that you would find at any well site in Colorado, or are those unique to you as an, or maybe not unique, but are those particular to you as an operator, as an individual operator?
I mean, I can speak for the DJ Basin. That's Stuart. Is there anyone operating with open pits?
Again, Stuart Ellsworth with the commission. This is a part of the review process that we would go through looking for closed loop. So we do consider a fully enclosed loop system like Brian is discussing would be something we would look for in like the Front Range area. Now, so I guess what I want to say is most people are moving towards closed loop systems. They're not doing, well, fully closed loop where you're looking at a closed container that Brian described, it would be used in any kind of, I'm going to call it urbanized area. And that would be what Greg's oil and gas location group would look for. Now, if you're going towards a rural area, yeah, they might not have a closed container, but in most cases in Colorado, everyone's using a container type system.
So let me just follow up on that. When we were visiting sites during our tour on the Western Slope, I definitely recall seeing shakers that were open to air. That is inconsistent with a closed loop system. Is that right? Or can you have a closed loop system where you're still shaking out in the open air?
Yes. Yes, you could have a shaker that is open to the atmosphere.
And it's still considered a closed loop system because the mud itself is being contained.
When one is, correct me if I have this wrong, Brian, but when one describes a closed loop system, most of the time what they're talking about is the pit in which the holding vessel in which the fluids are contained. For the volume, the shaker is another piece of equipment and would be described separately.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Commissioner Messner. Thank you. I've got similar questions. The gas buster, my understanding is from what I'm hearing you say is that that's specifically to capture gas prior to it going to the shaker.
Yes.
So that there is not an explosion. I mean, is it taking out volatile
Yeah,
gas so that we're not seeing it? I mean, it's a worker health thing, so that things aren't going to blow up, right?
yeah, I wouldn't say it's to take out gas to prevent an explosion. It's just take out gas from our fluid, flare the gas, send the fluid to the shakers, and get the fluid back from the
But
cutting.
initially designed as a kind of as a worker
Yes.
safety issue.
Yes.
Not necessarily designed to capture.
No, it's not designed to capture. It's just take the gas out.
Into the atmosphere, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And so, you know, in this closed system, is there still significant amounts of, or I won't say significant, what are the emissions that we're seeing coming out of this that aren't being captured in the gas buster?
The emissions would be what we're flaring or combusting after the gas comes out.
So are there any like emissions coming out of the shaker after the gas buster? I mean, is there any kind of emissions that are coming out? I have no idea. That's why I'm asking.
Like, well, I mean, I guess the question would be what type of emissions?
I mean, are there VOCs coming out? Are there any kind of emissions that would be potentially problematic for health, safety, welfare coming out after the gas buster in the closed system?
I mean, I would reference that. I guess we've never done a study on our shakers. So would Adam know the emissions associated with the shakers, or?
So, so this is Adam. So for what it's worth as a scoping issue, and I know this sounds a little bit ridiculous, this is outside of the scope of well integrity, because well integrity is from the wellhead on down. And so the part of drilling that you think about from well integrity is, do you have the right mud widths to prevent a blowout from occurring? Do you have the right mud rheology to get everything moving the way you want it to be moving in the wellbore? And do you have the right blowout prevention equipment and diverter systems at the top to prevent blowouts from getting to the surface? Because the blowouts can happen at any point during a well's lifetime, but during the drilling phase is when they happen the most often. That's sort of the key, and that's all covered in the 603 series, and all of that is within the scope of well integrity. The emissions from the drilling stuff, okay, that's is obviously important for the commission to be thinking about, and I love all these questions. But it is for better or worse outside the scope of this rulemaking. And to answer Brian's direct question. I don't know, but I'd be happy to try to find out.
So, and my question wasn't specifically for this rulemaking. It was actually just trying to fully understand the cycle.
Yep.
Of the drilling process. And so that's why I'm asking, because I think certain people have a perception that a closed system means there's no emissions, versus an open system, which has some level of emissions. And I'm just trying to understand the difference between the two as we talk about the life cycle of the drill.
Yep, and the closed loop system is just in reference to the fluid path, and it's not going to an open pit where it's then being settled and then circulated after.
Correct. And then when you define, the term flowback is used a lot, and I know that there's flowback, and I know that it's different, but there's flowback that's associated with drilling versus flowback that's associated with stimulation and so on and so forth. So how do you talk about, how do you differentiate the different flowbacks that are going on here when we start discussing kind of flowbacks in general?
During drilling, it's just a circulation. Right. We're not, flowing a well back. We're just continuously circulating. Whereas when we're talking about flowback after stimulation, that is when the plugs are drilled out and then, the fluids start flowing back, being the water and then the hydrocarbons after.
Right. So, but I often hear the term utilized in both applications, and so I do think some people get confused.
Okay.
Yeah. Flow back from drilling versus flow back from stimulating, and I understand that they're different, but I think that does confuse folks sometimes. So.
Yeah, and that's what hopefully the purpose of this is for, is to kind of dispel some of those terms that can be confused. And I just wanted to add one more point. The nature of these reservoirs and how tight they are is to our advantage, and we're not bringing mass amounts of gas to surface. Generally, as we're drilling these, the formations can't flow. Maybe if we cross a fracture or fault, we'll have a communication to a gas zone, but generally as we're drilling, we're not bringing active gas to surface.
Commissioner Hopkins.
Yes, if I could just depart a little bit more on this journey about emissions to the air. Have you ever done a study, or do you have any sense of what your primary emission sources might be? VOC type, what I'd call fugitive emission type sources from the drilling operations. When you think about the different places where your muds go and where they might get exposed to the atmosphere, have you ever done anything like that to give kind of an educated, I guess, opinion about where the primary emission sources might be?
There are some studies being done, comprehensive studies that will be put out after, but I don't want to comment on.
Work in progress?
Yes, it's a work in progress, and
I'm glad to hear that there's work in progress.
yes, there's independent studies going on, but I'd prefer just to kind of veer it back, I guess, to the well.
I'm okay with that. I just wanted to hear what the state of the art was.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. So we kind of touched on it, but this is our blowout prevention equipment, and this is a diagram of it. The middle picture is actually what it looks like in practice. And just for reference, the picture to the right points to where the BOP is. So the BOP attaches to the wellhead of that well, and the BOP is all about redundancy. The first leading indicator of an influx coming in is volumes. So it's just a mass balance equation. We have a known volume we're pumping downhole, and if we start seeing an increase in volume, then chances are we're taking influx. Just on the other side, if we have less volume coming out, then maybe we're losing some to the formation. But when a volume of fluid is gained, we'll then activate our blowout preventer. And you can see the blowout preventer is based on redundancy. So you have a blind ram here, which is when it actuates, it closes over an open hole, so no pipe in the hole. You have pipe rams, which, just like they indicate, will close around pipe. And depending on the amount of strings you have, you'll have multiple pipe rams or variable pipe rams in order to close over pipes of various diameters. And then you'll have an annular, and that is just essentially an element or a bag that'll close over anything. Just seal over a pipe, a tool joint, or itself. So it's meant to have multiple redundancies to isolate downhole pressures or influxes. The same way is the way they're actuated. The accumulator on the drilling rig actuates the blowout preventer rams, and that is meant to actuate off of hydraulic fluid, or in the case of, there's no energy or no power on the rig, it has a series of bottles with an inert gas, typically nitrogen, which that can power the actuation of the valve. So it's a redundant system in multiple phases. And then this is just a depiction and going over the portions of the wellbore. You have your rig, and we call this our near vertical because we're just drilling essentially vertically down. But if we look at the top right, we call it a near vertical, but generally that's where your departure from surface is happening. So this is a 26 well pad, which is developing 2 square miles. But you can see in this near vertical portion, we're also departing about a half mile to the north and a half mile to the south before we hit our entry point into the reservoir. So as we go down this near vertical, we hit a point to where we call kickoff point, and that's where we build the curve. And the curve is generally built 8 to 10 degrees per 100 feet drilled. So think of it, over 1,000 feet, we're going from that near vertical to horizontal. And at that point, once we hit the target formation or the point of entry, then we'll extend that lateral 1 mile, 2 miles, 3 miles, depending on the initial development strategy of that well. And this is just to show while we're doing this, we are continuously tracking our formation based on all the data from the offset wells that have logs run on them. So we're able to pinpoint exactly where we are within the geologic formation as well and actively steer to that.
Commissioner Hahn?
Yes. So do you determine the 8 to 10 degree angles that you're drilling based on seismographic information? Or how do you determine, I mean, it's an interesting picture that you have with the angles. I'm just wondering, is what determines what angles you use?
So prior to the actual physical drilling, we have what we call a 3D geologic model, which takes into account all the offset well data of the pre-existing wells that have logs run. So with that, we're able to correlate geologic tops, and then we incorporate seismic when available. And we come up with what we call a landing point based on that vertical depth to where we want to enter the reservoir within that formation. So once we have that landing point, that's really what dictates where we kick off. So once you have your final depth that you want to get to, then you figure out, you kind of backtrack to where you need to kick off in order to hit that on 8 degree per 100 or 9 degree per 100. And I think this is when we'll start getting into Jim's whiteboarding, but it goes into just the barriers of protection that we have, the multiple strings that we'll run in order to protect the freshwater aquifers, and also evaluate the integrity of that cement behind pipe.
Yeah, I'll carry this with me. Even better. All right. So I'm going to go back and forth, kind of talk a little bit, because this is really when we talk about wellbore integrity, and in my mind, a lot of the key components that we're dealing with. And, in terms of regulations, what I'm going to talk about with these 7 steps are going to hit on 300 series regulations, predominantly your 317 set of rules, 341 on braided head monitoring, 207 on braided hand monitoring. And as Brian mentioned on the previous slide with well control equipment, that's 600 series rules. And all of that's important to wellbore integrity during the construction of the well itself. Try to do this. I've done this before. Sometimes it takes me a little bit longer than probably a few minutes that I've got, because I can do this for hours. I'm going to start with conductor casing, and this is something, it's depending on the area that you're drilling, may or may not be necessary. And literally, it's just the initial set of casing that's cemented into the well. And it's going to be fairly shallow, as you can see, 50 to 100 feet. And it serves, depending on your area, 2 purposes. Its main purpose here is for structural support or any of the rig equipment that are now going to be drilling the rest of the well.
in some areas geologically, primarily not here in Colorado, but it also isolates any unconsolidated sands that could fall in on the well as you're drilling it. The next step is, drilling the surface casing. And I think Brian hit on it, pretty well with the process of drilling the mud system, and all of that. So, you kind of start out here, you're drilling your well. I'm going to use multiple colors so y'all can kind of see that. So now we've got an open hole that we've drilled down below protected water. And in that case, now we've got a set point for our surface casing. And that surface casing's primary component is to isolate protected water. So how are we going to do that? We're going to run casing inside the conductor casing, down to the base of where we drilled. And then we're going to follow that up with cement. And we're going to pump cement down the casing, outside the casing, into the annular space right in here. Every state in the US, including Colorado, requires surface casing be cemented to surface. And that is, the top of the cement is required at surface. If it's not there, then operators work with the state, come up with a remediation plan to handle that. Now there's always, down here, there's what we call a shoe joint, which is kind of like a valve. So you'll always have some entrained cement here at the base of your casing. Before we move on to the next step, this comes with our second operation in terms of understanding wellbore integrity. We're going to pressure test this casing to a specific limit. We're going to make sure that that casing is cemented and it's in good shape, ready to move to the next step, the next phase. So we're going to test that casing and then submit that data. I think it goes on your notification form when casing tests, I think it's form 42, when casing tests have to be performed and submitted. Once that test has been successful, we're going to drill out. In most cases, we're going to drill a little bit of open hole. And as you can see, the wellbore is getting a little bit smaller each time. And right below the surface casing. And in new wells, new areas, we're going to perform what's called a formation integrity test. You may have heard it called a fit test. And what a formation integrity test is now we're going to do a pressure test on the chute. And that's going to serve a couple of purposes. One, we're going to make sure that that shoe joint's been cemented in properly. And also it gives us a fracture gradient at that point right there, so we understand what the weakest point in the well, which should be based on how shallow it is in the wellbore. Because as we continue to drill down to total depth, we want to make sure that this is adequate and it doesn't, fail at some point. So then we perform this formation integrity test. Once that's been performed, now we're going to continue to drill. And y'all have already seen lots of fun graphic pictures of vertical wells, horizontal wells. You've seen them in motion, you've seen them in pictures. So I don't need to show this real fancy drawing. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and we're going to drill this out to total depth. Same thing. Run our casing. Inside the surface casing, inside the surface hole, all of that. I can turn this thing 90 degrees if I wanted to, but operationally it's all the same. Same thing, it has shoe joint down here. We're going to do the exact same thing, but here's a little bit different. We don't want to cement this thing all the way to surface because it's just a whole lot of area to cement. And so what the regulations require in all states is that we cement a certain height above the top of hydrocarbon intervals. So I'm just going to show this. Let's say this is the top of your hydrocarbon interval right there. We're going to cement this thing up above that. Currently, I believe it's 200 feet here in Colorado. So we've done that. We've now cemented the well. The next phase of wellbore integrity is to one, now perform another casing pressure test on the production casing. And it will be tested based on its operation. If it's just a non-stimulated well, it's going to be pressure tested at the maximum pressure that it's going to see during production. If it's going to be stimulated, then it's going to be tested at some safety factor above the maximum hydraulic fracturing stimulation pressure that it's going to be seen. So we're going to now test the casing. We've done that. And then the next phase is another 300 series rule is we're going to now perform a cement evaluation log on this. So now we're going to run a tool that's going to determine that the cement quality that's behind that casing is sufficient to isolate hydrocarbons, sufficient to perform hydraulic stimulation, and sufficient to isolate against any mechanical issues in the future. So we've now performed that. If it does not, that's where operators and the commission interact again to basically come up with a remediation plan to fix and solve that for where it does. Yes, Aaron.
So I have a question about what that kind of means in practicality. Like, let's say that you do that test and you find out that there's one area where there's a bubble or something happened and there's not cement there. How do you remedy that? Do you need to drill in from the top along the side and squeeze it down there, or how do you get to that bubble area?
Okay, it would all be done, something we don't like to do, but it's going to be performed utilizing a squeeze cementing process to where we'll perforate the casing, and then we'll, if there's two cases, one, let's say the cement didn't go as high as it should have. So now all we need to do is we just need to bring cement up to the necessary requirement. Okay. However, if we find out that the quality of cement is poor, we're looking at a case where there may be channeling behind pipe. You don't have a fully cemented, and I think Brian kind of shows you, up here, where you've got good bond and such. And I'm going to point, unfortunately, it's kind of an interface, but kind of where he shows the top of cement here, in between that and good bond is probably where you got what I'd call some pretty ratty looking cement. And if it's, depending on where it's located, if it's sufficient above your requirement, you're fine, you move on, you complete the well. If it's not, then you have to perform a squeeze cement job where you perforate the casing and pump additional cement to fill that void.
Commissioner Hopkins.
Can I also,
Commissioner Overture.
sorry, how often does that happen? That you find something that you need to go in and perforate and fill in a void?
Not very often at all. And, we've gotten to where I've worked with EDF and I've worked with them since about 2010, but my background is industry. And, I did some work when we first started the hydraulic fracturing concerns, and when EPA did their hydraulic fracturing forums back in the early 2012, 20 such, I did a white paper
and presented at EPA on that, and also looked at other techniques outside of or passive techniques that we do just while we're cementing a well. You know, while we're cementing a well, what are we looking at? We're looking at, you know, we're pumping fluid in, so we want to make sure that the amount of fluid that we pump in is the exact same amount of fluid that we pump out. If it's not, then that gives us an indication that we may have a problem with the well. If it's the same, then we're reasonably assured that we're going to have success. The other thing we're looking at is pressures, lift pressure. You know, we know what we're pumping. We've got a mud or fluid that we know the weight of and the pressure that it exerts. We're pumping cement where we have the same quality, so we do a mass balance pressure calculation, and it's called lift pressure. And if we understand that our lift pressures and our volumes are sufficient, then before we even run a cement bond log, we have a pretty good indication that we've got a well cemented well.
And that's because the cement is displacing mud.
Correct.
Commissioner Hopkins.
Make sure I follow this properly. I get the surface casing, protect the aquifer, and then the next casing coming down is called the production.
Production casing.
And does that go all the way to the bottom hole?
Yes.
Okay, so the diagram goes all the way down the 9,000 feet where we are and out 2 miles, all
Correct.
the way, huh?
And there is, I will throw that out, and just for simplicity, you know, there is a case where we could run what's called intermediate casing, which is a casing that's not run for production, it's run for some other reason. And it could be for some reason, let's use an example where we had to set surface casing shallow. We would run an intermediate casing to isolate deeper protected water. That could be a reason for that. Another one could be we run into a case where we have like a lost circulation interval. We're going through a depleted reservoir, so we'll run and isolate that. And it follows the same regulatory structure as the production casing.
And just
Okay.
for reference, we just sent around a perforated piece of casing, 2 cement samples, and then I'll also send around a sample of the Niobrara and then the Codell.
Yeah, and since we carried this in, I guess they wanted me to use this. This is, think of this as casing. Think of this larger piece, that's your surface casing. This middle is your production casing. And then as I think Julie mentioned, this would be your tubing that's run at some point in time after the well's flowed back to basically produce the well up. And it's at a reduced size because it helps lift fluids later in the life of the well. That's its primary function. Yes.
I'll just have the record reflect that if anybody wants to be effective at the super rulemaking, you should do show and tell.
Okay.
Commissioner Messner.
Thanks. The production casing is the one that gets perforated, yeah. And I know we'll get there, but I'm just curious because you just passed that thing around. What actually creates the holes? Is that some sort of percussion, or I mean, what is it that makes the
It
holes?
is a basically think of propellant, shape charge propellant.
So it's material. It's it's not some sort of.
No, it's not. We're not shooting a bullet. We're not. But it's a solid propellant that creates the perforation.
Okay.
Yeah.
A couple other questions, if that's all right, Mr. Chair. Just so I get an understanding, what kind of volume from a yardage standpoint of cement or concrete are we talking about here per well? I just have no concept of it.
I mean, it's dependent on the lateral length and the annulus, the size of the annulus, but let's just say anywhere from 600 to 700 barrels generally for a longer lateral. And a
600
barrel.
to 700 barrel. How many yards is that? I mean, I only know.
Oh, now I gotta go
yards.
cubic feet. But it makes it easier, 42 gallons per barrel.
2 gallons. Okay. 42.
Is that?
Yeah,
Oh,
42.
42. Yes, that's what.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, 42 gallons per barrel. Yep. We can have someone from the audience with that.
I had one other question. Let me see if I can remember it now. Oh, yeah. And just so I understand, so there's the cement casing that's down in the production area. We've got the surface casing up on top that has cement, and then there's some void in between where there's the decision made to not utilize cement. And I understand that that's for, sounds like economic feasibility reasons. But what, I guess, if we have to have it down at the end and we have to have it at top, how come we don't have to have it in the middle?
Okay. Think about this, the length that we're trying to cement, okay? You know, we're cementing what, 7,000 foot vertical, two miles, you know, which is another, you know, 11,000 feet. So you're trying to cement roughly 18,000 feet of hole. Technically, that is just very hard to get a quality cement bond across that for one reason. One, the higher quality cement that we want to run tends to weigh more, has a higher weight than mud does. So we have to run a lighter weight cement, which has a lower compressive strength, which the state requires that we have a certain compressive strength on our cement to be able to do that. So one, you're trying to, can it be done? Yes. But, you know, we've shown in other states and in other studies that by doing so, your ability to adequately cement the surface will probably yield you more issues. Also, once you've done that, now it's harder, if you do have a problem, it's harder to repair. Where now, I've got a nice void. You know, if we finish up here real quick and we talk about the production case and annulus monitored for pressure during the various phases of the life cycle, that's your braided head monitoring program. So, you know, there's, you know, during the hydraulic stimulation of the well, it's rule 341, where you monitor that braided head pressure during stimulating the well. So we've got this fluid filled casing. What's not cement is mud that's left back there. And you're monitoring basically this right here. This pressure right here is your braided head pressure that you're monitoring during stimulation. When you go into production mode and, you know, in areas where Rule 207, which is your braided head monitoring and test requirements are, that's the braided head test pressure that you're monitoring. So if you kick that off and you require, you know, remediation, now I've got this whole open wellbore be able to remediate, cement, squeeze, repair, and it's much easier by repairing it in a void. And if I know I've got good casing, I've tested it, I've already evaluated my cement, which I know the quality of that. I've already isolated any, you know, zones of concern, you know, so really I just got this here. All you're doing is now I can monitor for, you know, casing leaks in the future. I can monitor, you know, for the life of the well. So preferably that's how I like to proceed.
I want to dovetail on Jim and just be brief that I'm totally supportive of what Jim has said. This annular space in here, they're going to talk about braided head testing, but this void space that I'm coloring in green right here is is our ability to monitor the health of that well over the life of that well. And what my soapbox is that pressure are my eyes into that hole. And with this space right here, if I have something wrong with this cement job, and I say I get that gurgling gas we're all trying to stop, that means something's coming in here. So when I measure this pressure here, it's going to be rising because it's a closed space. So pressure rises. If I'm losing something, I have a well integrity problem, and I'm losing fluids, now I have a declining pressure. So I've got a negative. So pressure rising, pressure falling, that tells me what's happening in that hole. So I know logically it seems like I want a fully cemented wellbore, but now I have nothing to monitor. So that's why I'm a proponent of not fully cementing the wellbore, leaving some space that I can monitor and use the tools that we have, and that's pressure. The tools we have are pressure. So in these wellbore integrity rules that at some point will be presented to you, you're going to hear pressure testing, pressure testing, pressure testing. And that's your key to know the health of this well.
Commissioner Overturf.
So I just want to make sure that I understand how you get from the beginning to the end, basically. So in the beginning, you have a hole in the ground and it's full of mud, right? And the mud is going while your drill bit is chewing away at the earth. Then you suck out the drill bit, but it's still full of mud. And then you put in your casing, and it's kind of like putting a straw into a milkshake. Like the stuff just goes up, but it also goes around, right? Okay. So then you're going to push that out. You're going to push down into the casing to push out the mud, and then you're going to put your cement in, right? So in order to get that space, annular space, then what you do that you push in down the casing hole, you push in a certain amount of air, and then on top, no. So how do you get the annular space then? If you're putting the cement directly on top of the mud, how do you get the annular space? No annular space.
You displace the cement with water. So you're correct. You have mud, then cement, and then after your calculated volume of cement is pumped, we pump what we call a plug. It's the plug is the ID of the diameter of the internal of the casing, and that plug separates the cement, and then we follow that plug with water. So we push that cement to U-tube around the casing, so that cement is placed between the formation and the pipe.
Right.
And when the plug reaches its calculated depth, you'll have like a little pressure spike, meaning it bumps.
I get that, but I think what you're saying is you're pushing the cement down the tube and it's slurping out the sides, right? But once it slurps up to wherever you want it, you also want air around
No,
this edge.
no air.
No air.
It's a fluid to
mud?
fluid interface.
Yep.
So there's still mud in that area that you want to
Correct.
pressure
Yes.
test. Is that right, Stuart?
Yeah. Yeah.
I see.
Not
Okay.
avoid like there's still
See,
No.
yeah, I
No,
don't really
we're-
vacuum.
It's
Okay.
during this whole operation, we're utilizing fluid the entire time. So you use fluid to drill the hole. You run your casing, you pump your cement with another fluid. In the case of surface casing, you're probably utilizing mud instead of water to displace in that case. But then on production casing, we want to not have mud left in the hole, so we'll displace that cement with water. And as Brian said, there's two plugs that we'll pump. A lot of times there's two. One's a wiper plug to kind of clean the walls of the casing, and it's basically got a void in the middle, so basically it can flow through. And the second one is a solid plug that lands in this float shoe or float joint that we have down here, and it lands there. And so that's how we call, you ever heard the term bumping the plug? That's what that means. And we know exactly the amount of fluid it takes to bump that plug.
So once you've bumped all your plugs and you're all done, then the green area in your drawing there, that's full of mud.
That's full of mud.
Commissioner Messner, thanks. And then I just have one, this is my last question so far. When there are problems, as we're doing this process, what are the problems that are we most typically see, and what are the impacts, of those problems?
Circulation. Okay. Could have, one, not sure how much, well, we addressed that. We don't have much in Colorado in terms of intervals that take fluid away, lost circulation intervals. So, but you will have mechanical issues where pumps go down. And in that case, now we're not able to pump. And if it happens while we're cementing, now we've got cement inside the casing instead of outside the casing where we really want it. And that becomes an issue because as soon as you stop pumping, what is that cement wanting to do? Get hard.
Yeah, so I would say surface equipment is the biggest impact. Like Jim mentioned, we don't really have lost circulation zones, but that's another advantage of not having that large column of cement above, to where if you did have a lost circulation zone, the larger the column of cement above, it exacerbate the problem and you'd have losses. In the case, like Jim was mentioning, our cement pumps went down, we had cement inside the casing, we would go ahead and switch to our rig pumps and circulate mud through that hole and get all the cement out of the hole. And so we'd be back to where we started with just mud in the hole, and we'd fix the cement pumps and then start again. But we wouldn't just leave the cement in there as well. And to your point, Commissioner Messner, I just wanted to point to the slide, where you do have top of cement at about 2,600 feet, you still have 4,400 feet of competent cement above, in this case, the Niobrara, which is the hydrocarbon bearing zone.
What's the shelf life for the piping before there's real, deterioration or before it corrodes?
In most cases, we're dealing with new pipe, that we design based on understanding what the wellbore fluids are going to be that we're going to be producing. So we've already looked at, the hydrocarbon content. Is there any CO2 in it? Based on that, we can design the pipe net needed for that. The same with cement. And then also, it still needs a mechanism to create corrosion, not just going to occur. So you need both. So during the production phase of the well, they're going to be monitoring different aspects of the well's production. You're going to be looking for, are they seeing any changes in, fluid content, looking for iron content in the produced water, which would be an indication of corrosion. And once we know that, then we can start to treat for corrosion. And, in terms of life of wells, I worked storage fields in Ohio, gas storage fields in Ohio that currently are over 100 years old right now. So the life of the well is dependent upon the corrosive materials that are in the well and how they were drilled and completed.
Casing and cement is the most important thing we do for wellbore construction. So it's meant to live with the life of the well, and that's the integrity of the well. But that's also one of the key reasons why we run production tubing inside of the casing strings, is if there's any corrosion, that tubing can be pulled out and replaced a lot easier than cemented casing strings in. So that is one of the main reasons the production tubing is run, is to keep any of the corrosive materials or the hydrocarbon produced water off of the casing strings.
Commissioner Hahn.
What percentage of the way through do you think we are?
35? No. No, I
Commissioner-
mean, the more interaction, the better. This is meant for you. So, as long as you're engaged and asking questions, we're good. But now we're, as far as the life cycle of the well construction phase, we're now moving into Julie's portion, which is the completion phase.
Ms. Murphy.
I just wanted to point out for the commissioners that two of our esteemed presenters need to leave by 3. I would suggest 2:30, but they're much more comfortable catching a flight at the very last second than I am.
One is not.
Okay, so I just wanted your attention to make sure that Adam and Jim have an opportunity to present everything, be available for questions. So.
And I'm just going to pass around a centralizer, which we put on our casing when we run in the hole to keep it centralized within the borehole. This is a miniature version. So someone said they're going to steal it as a Christmas ornament.
Yeah, Commissioner Hahn.
I want to thank you for a tremendous presentation, and I'm very sad that I have an entire family scheduling issue this afternoon and I have to leave, but I will be listening as I drive. So I apologize. I feel very bad leaving. It's really a very valuable presentation, but I will listen well, I promise. So thank you.
Thank you.
We're about halfway through and we've been discussing this for about 2 hours or so. So we have really great questions, but let's proceed and hopefully everyone can make their flights.
Okay, perfect. So I'll get going again. The nice thing is much of the questions that you guys have asked are going to be covered in the next portion of this presentation. So I don't know that we'll have to spend too much time on it, but we'll go from there. The other thing I want to point out real quickly before I switch slides is that centralizer that goes on the outside of this casing. Not only does it help centralize it, but it helps create a situation where that casing is right in the center of that well bore that we've drilled. And then it allows for this cement that we've designed for the different weights to properly surround the entire pipe. So it gets it off the wall. Believe it or not, as heavy as this casing is, it still has some flex to it. Not sure if you guys have looked at a drilling rig up close, but if you look at a couple of stands of pipe or a couple of joints of pipe, it has some bend to it. And so as these guys are putting the pipe in the hole, it's going to want to flex a little bit and kind of lay on the low side of the hole. And so that's what that mechanism does, is it helps get it off the walls and centralizes, and then we can get this beautiful cement around that well bore. And that's the first part of this whole operation. Drilling is key to this whole thing. We get a good cement casing put in the well, properly designed and engineered, and then we get engineered cement in the hole, and then my job starts from there. So the drilling rig has moved off location, and we're going to do some prep work prior to deploying a frac crew out on location. Before we do that, let me go back a little bit and say the offset wellbore reviews that we've done in the permitting process. All this work, we've done some cursory work and we've done some research on what's called our offset mitigation policy that's in place with the state. And the idea is we go out 1,500 feet from where those wellbores are going to be landed and drilled, and we're looking at every single one of these wellbores. And we're looking, like I said, we're looking at the depth of the water aquifers. We're looking at surface casing. We're looking at the configuration and the style of casing that was put in. We're looking at cement top coverage. We're looking at the braiding head pressure, which is AKA the annulus pressure, AKA the void space on the backside. So one of the things that we're maybe a little bit horrible about in this industry is we have multiple names for the same thing. So I'll try to hit on what those are. We're looking at productive zones, as Brian indicated. For the most part, most of what we were going after here in the DJ Basin initially started with the J sand, then we moved up to the Codell, then we moved up to the Niobrara. But in that lifespan too, we were also hitting up Sussex wells, Shannon wells. Those were about 4,000 feet deep. And it's not productive everywhere,
but there are some cases where that formation is productive. So we're looking at all these things in conjunction to make educated decisions on how we're going to treat these wells and how we're going to design future mitigation practices for these wells. And then someone asked about the orphan wells. And I feel really bad for these wells because they have no home. So as the new operator, we have to come in and we assess those wells as well. And we ensure that those wells are constructed and really just kind of put in a state to where they can handle the high types of pressures they're about to experience in that area. And then in addition, we're looking at any well that's going to stay, that's considered a productive economic well that the operator elects to keep. We're looking at wellhead valves. We're looking at the pressure integrity of those valves to ensure that all of these things are addressed prior to us moving in with hydraulic fracturing. Are we good? Questions on that? Okay. So then in the completions world, we'll come in, we've run the bond log, we've assessed where the top of cement is. The next thing that we're going to do is we're going to come in and we're going to pressure test the production pipe. So this pipe right here. Anyone in the room, just real quick show of hands, anyone put in any irrigation systems in their homes recently? It is a pain in the butt. But when you do that, one of the first steps that you're going to do is you're going to make sure all those connections, all those couplings have integrity. We're not in the business of watering rocks, right, in our homes. So we want to pinpoint where that water is going to go. And so it's the same process for us. We're going to come in and we're going to pressure test this pipe and ensure that we have integrity. And so what you have in front of you is a pressure test of said horizontal. And typically in horizontal place, sort of the different types of pressure that we're sort of experiencing is anywhere from, you'll hear 10,000 PSI equipment to 15,000 pounds of equipment. And so again, engineered, rated, designed, we're going to pressure test to some pressure that's going to be maximum than anything that we should experience on location during hydraulic fracturing operations. And so an example here of a horizontal is going to be about 92,000 pounds. We're never going to hit that on location. We're not aiming to hit that on location. Sorry, 9,200. I may have said something else. But 9,200 pounds is what we're going to first pressure test this casing to. So now we've got kind of the biggest portion of our operation, one of the most important things that we do to make sure that we have access to the reservoirs that we've drilled. And this is a frac site, and I believe most of you guys went out to one of the extraction sites, and Liberty was on location. But they're all fairly similar. What we have on location is you've got a source of water coming in to location and some storage capacity, whether it be tanks, upright tanks, the big modular tanks. So some source of fresh water on location. You've got some sand, location for sand. You've got a blender, our fancy words, and just blending. We've got some trace chemicals that are in ISO tanks. You've got your pumps. You've got your series of wellheads. You've got a wireline truck and the monitoring vents and pump down equipment. So the main point of this, we've actually been out to this location too. This is what we've been showing time and time again. But what I want to point out here is, yes, we've got equipment moving on location. We've got water on demand. We're eliminating trucks to location. We've got a tarped location, but the main point I want to show or illustrate here is all of this frac iron is all pressure tested prior to us starting up operations. And someone asked me earlier, how do you guys stimulate these wells? We do 2x2s. And so we zipper frac 2 wells at a time. And you can kind of see down here, we've got stands on 2 wells. And these are the 2 wells that we're working on. And we're going back and forth between these 2 wells so that, you know, it takes a while for this wireline tool to get to the bottom. And so during that downtime per se, we're utilizing these pumps in the opposite operation. Questions on that? Okay. So hydraulic fracturing, again, we're about a mile deep in the subsurface. We're gonna pass around some formation samples so that you guys can see. Oh, you already have. Okay, so you guys can see just visually how tight it is. And these rocks will not flow on their own. And so one of the most important things I do as an engineer is get sand or proppant in the subsurface. And I create fractures, and my job is really to get this material down in the subsurface. And really the reason why is I need to have a conduit, or I need to have what we call a superhighway in order for those molecules to come back into the reservoir. And what you guys have already seen is a perforation, and we saw that in the video. So we create these holes in the steel pipe along this horizontal path. And then we pump a mixture of water, proppant or sand, and then some trace chemicals under high pressure with those pump trucks that you guys have already seen on location. We're needing to get up to about 6,000 to 7,000 PSI in order to break this rock, in order to fracture the rock, in order to crack the rock. And so that is what we are doing. The essence of the well construction is for us to move forward and progress and to get the pressures that I need in order to put that in the subsurface. So this is, you know, after we've done the frac operations, we've milled out. You guys saw the coil tubing unit, the workover unit. Those plugs are taken out of the well. Then it's long-term production. And I'm going to pass it over to Brian so that he can cover this piece.
Yeah, so this is what we talk about when we reclaim to the production phase. So the image on the left is the image of the drilling rig drilling the holes. After that rig moves off, Julie's fracture simulation crews will come in, they'll mill out the plugs after they fracked, and then it'll go on to production. So this is an example of the same site. So the rig has moved off, the walls have come down, and these are the individual wellheads that are on production. So after, you know, we talked about that initial disturbance area of the Bose pad at 31 acres. Once it's reclaimed for production, it comes down to, you know, for that instance, a 10-acre location, and that's what it looks like there. And then really, if we circle back to the life cycle of the well, this is what it looks like then for the next 20 to 30 years after that. And depending on the land use, it depends, that dictates the placement of the wellheads and the facilities and really the reclaim around it.
When you hear about a well being re-stimulated, is that always refracturing, and is it at the exact same location or is it a different location?
So typically, well, let me step back. The DJ Basin has historically been known for refracs, trifracs, multiple fracs put on a single vertical well. And that's sort of the existence of the DJ Basin. So in that time, you would go in and you would utilize the existing perforations that were in that well. So you would have rigged up the service rig, pulled this tubing, cleaned the well out as well, and then gained access to these perforations that were already there and re-stimulated. But in that process, you're also going to look for integrity on the pipe before you even move forward with the hydraulic fracturing simulation. So you're going to pressure test the casing again, and then you're going to refrac the well. So in terms of braided head, and we know this is a pretty hot topic, but Rest assured, we are checking this on a very routine basis. Part of the permitting process, part of the regs, does say that we have to check the braiding head before frac, just right after these guys have removed the drilling rig. That's one of our first checks. During frac operations, hydraulic fracturing operations, we're checking the braiding head. We're checking it during first sales. That's when we're getting our first hydrocarbon to the wellbore, and then we're checking it annually. So this backside or annulus braiding head is constantly being checked on a regular basis. This is just a picture of it during frac operations. And just like Brian Coshier just mentioned, the BOPs, this is sort of our BOP system during fracking operations, where we have a master valve at the bottom, and then we have 2 frac valves on top, and it's just a double redundancy. Should one of those valves fail or have an issue, think of this like the spigot or your water valves at your house. You're turning your water on and off. This is what this equipment does, and this is the purpose of this, is to open the well and create a safety barrier between you and the well. Okay, so we already talked about drilling and completions. Brian's hit on production.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Sure. Commissioner Boygan? Thanks. Yes, I just wanted to let you know I'm alive. So on this picture that you have on the screen right now, on the picture on the right shows the completed operation.
Yes.
And I want you to just talk briefly about the reason that there are tanks in that picture and when there would not be tanks.
Okay.
For example, what I'm getting at are those oil storage tanks that would not be necessary if you used underground flow lines to move the oil.
So in most cases,
Or is that a central gathering facility?
Negative. So this is a typical production facility. And most facilities are going to have a series of separators. So that's the first set of equipment that the oil, gas, and water will see. And a separator does just that. It separates the fluids. And what it is doing, it is separating, when fluid sits in a tank, the water, oil, gas all have different densities. And so they're going to naturally just want to separate. And so what these separators do is they allow for some of that. They also introduce some heat to the system to help expedite that process. But the water is going to fall. It's going to dump into some water tanks that are on pad. And the oil is going to also dump into said oil tanks, and they're going to be separate. And then the gas is going to come off the top of that separator, and it's going to get sold down the line. The oil, depending on the setup, I would say most setups are such that we have pumps on location, are called LACs, lease acquisition custody transfer units. They're just big pumps that then at that point, the custody changes and the midstream company comes into play, and they then transfer that fluid either via an oil pipeline, a gas pipeline, or in some cases there's water pipelines that are moving all that fluid off location. And typically there is one separator per well, and multiple wells will usually, one tank can service multiple wells, just depending on the setup. Does that answer your question, Commissioner?
Yeah, sort of. You're saying that there will always be tanks, but there will be more or less of them depending on whether you're moving the oil by pipeline or by truck.
Well, what I'm saying is there will always be tanks, but depending on the preference of the operator, they can set up the facility such that you can separate on location, or you can separate at a central location that's offsite. It is the preference of the company.
Yeah, and this is Adam, and at the risk of being a scope tyrant, I'll note that this is also outside of the scope of well integrity, though well inside the scope of COGCC regulatory authority for legal.
Cool, thank you. So I'll move on. So in the production phase, again, we've talked about this service rig bunches of times. One of the main things, just kind of point out, remember the drilling rig had had 3 stands of casing. And 3 stands of casing, each joint of casing is about 40 feet. Each joint of tubing is about 30 feet. And typically, if you see one of these rigs on location, it's a truck mounted rig. It's only going to be about 30 feet high of tubulars within that derrick. So just one thing to kind of point out, you're typically only going to see 1 string there. So work orders in this 20 to 30 years, the typical work orders that this rig will service is going to be, a repair or replace, a prep. And we've talked about this already. You guys have had questions associated with this, but in some cases we might need to clean out sand or paraffin, which is a wax. In some cases, we may need to change out tools that are in the well itself. Or in some cases, we're going to prep the well for a refrac. Not a common operation nowadays with the verticals, just because the horizontals have gotten so much more attention and so much more traction in modern kind of oil and gas operations. But those are the types of things that you can do. Or what we're going to dive into is decommissioning of wells or plugging of these wells.
And this is Adam, but all throughout there is annular pressure monitoring to make sure that the well has integrity.
Thank you. So here's a cartoon that kind of describes the plugging operations. For just practicality and kind of simplicity, we're showing a vertical well. And what we have here is the current wellbore and the proposal. And part of our research, like I've mentioned before, is to go look and see where we've actually presented holes in that casing, where we've been producing out of that well, the size and the ratings, the sacks of cement or the barrels or the cubic feet. We can convert that here in a little bit. We just don't have our calculators on us. We're looking for the top of that cement again, and then we're looking at this Braden head annulus. Okay, and then some of the research we're also doing as engineers is we're looking at offset water wells. We're looking to see what is the deepest water well within a mile. We're looking at the history of the Braden head, and we're looking at all the different types of formations that are relative to that particular well. So with everything that we do in this operation, we need to get a permit. So we don't just rig up on a well and willy-nilly start plugging wells. We actually, we submit for the permit and we work with the state engineers, and there is some back and forth in some cases in terms of how we plug these wells. And we're looking kind of big picture, what's in the area. Obviously, they know a little bit more about the area than we do if they're working with other operators. But so we sort of go through this series of, this is how we're going to plug it. And we may be asked to add more just depending on the area or if we miss something. So we submit that for our plan, and then within a couple of weeks we'll get that permit back, and then we can act on that permit. And there's a series of steps that we need to take prior to us moving a rig onto location. We actually have to get permission from the surface owner, etc. We set up the rig and we'll plug the well with a series of mechanical plugs, cement, ensure that proper isolation is occurring. And then we will, rig the rig off, and then we'll come in a couple of weeks afterwards and we will dig out the well itself about 6 to 10 feet below surface. We'll cut off the surface casing, and then we will weld a steel plate at the surface. It's GPSed, and all these records are submitted back into the state for just general knowledge of where these wells are in existence. So that's how we plug a well. Here's a cartoon. Here's another image, satellite image of a well we plugged in 2015. And to Brian Cochier's point, when we plug this well,
the surface disturbance was about 2.6 acres. And here's a more recent picture of us seeding it, leveling it back out, seeding it, and it's ready to go back to the surface owner for whatever use they have intended for it. So that is our presentation. Any questions?
Commissioner Eden.
Okay, can you just go back to the cutting the casing? Can you just re-explain that to me? Because it's unclear to me what
What we're
which you're
doing.
cutting when and what's actually coming up to the surface.
Okay, so in this cartoon, we have cut, what we're proposing is we set a mechanical plug right above the perforations. We're gonna pump 7 sacks of cement, and then we're gonna move up the hole, and then we're gonna perforate the casing. We're gonna add another mechanical plug, it's called a retainer, and we can pump through it, and then we're gonna put cement on this backside. And then we're gonna come up the hole, we're gonna repeat that process, and then we're gonna move up the hole, and we've identified a Fox Hills formation at 800 feet, water zone at 800 feet, and then we are gonna go in 100 feet past that, and we're gonna cut the production casing, this guy right here. We're gonna cut it off and pull it up, pull it out of the hole itself. We're gonna pump cement from about 900 feet up to surface. We're gonna come back here in a couple of hours once it's set, once it's had some residence time and it's cured. And we're gonna tag that with our tools, and we're gonna see where that topped off at. And if it's not to surface or right near surface, we're gonna add more cement in that wellbore. And then we're gonna come back in a couple of weeks after the rig is gone, and we're gonna take this surface casing that's on the outside, this guy right here, the bigger pipe, and we're gonna cut about 8 feet off of it. We're gonna excavate around, we're gonna cut about 8 feet off, and then we're gonna weld a steel plate, a cap and then a steel plate on top of it and bury it.
So that thing that we're looking at is below ground casing.
It is, and it's got, so it's yes, and it's the marker for it. So in our case, we've identified who plugged it, the name, we've marked the API, which is essentially the social security number of that particular well. And then it's going to get buried and the surface owner will be able to use this property again.
And just to follow up, in that picture there, it looks like there's still the casing above or along the cement, but you're
correct. Yeah,
not.
The cartoon itself, it's not to scale, but we're going to have about a couple feet to be able to cut off the top and weld that plate.
Commissioner Jolan.
Oh, thank you. I just have a question going back to the plate that's buried. So then where is that information? Where does that live in perpetuity, the mapping of that or
Yeah,
that
so
information?
the operator has that information, but as a follow-up to our plugging operations, we have to submit all that paperwork back into the state. And so we provide receipts, we provide documentation that all that work was done. And then the state engineers consume that information, they check off on it. And then the well's status is then changed at the state.
Okay, and follow up, and that is available then, it's all available publicly?
It's
because
all
in the
public
state?
data.
Yeah, okay, just making sure, thank you.
Yes.
Any more questions? Seeing none, I appreciate the presentation. It's really great.
Thank you. Thanks for your time.
And this was the short version.
Yeah.
Yes.
We had a lot of questions too. So let's take about a 10-minute break before we start with our next item. And that's rulemaking update. So let's take a quick break, about 10 minutes.
In 5 minutes. Take this.
I need water bottles. I know.
Okay, we're gonna get started here in a moment. Okay, the COGCC meeting will come back to order. Next up, we have rulemaking update, and Director Robbins, you want to kick this off?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Gibbs. Okay. So we've got maybe a 20 or 30 minute presentation. And this is to inform commissioners about the rulemakings that we're going to be undertaking, that you're going to be undertaking, the super rulemaking, why we have put them together, and then have some discussions about this, some of the specifics on mission change. And then we also want to start discussions on cumulative impact with you today. And so we're going to do kind of a collaboration here. We'll see if this works. But so I'm Jeff Robbins, Director. Julie Murphy to my left, Chief of Staff and Policy Wonk. And then if you guys can introduce yourselves, that would be great too. So these guys are with Geosyntec, who is a consulting firm that we have on board to help with rulemaking, in particular to help with getting an understanding around cumulative impacts.
Sure. Jill Cooper. I joined Geosyntec about a year ago. I started my career at the AG's office and at CDPAG as an in-house air attorney, and when it moved up in the executive levels and did policy work. And then I went into oil and gas. So 10 years at or 5 years at Encana. Thank you. 5 years at Anadarko doing global environmental work, and left Anadarko last fall and joined Geosyntec.
And my name is Stephen Foster. I'm with Geosyntec. I've been with Geosyntec about 5 years. I have lived in Colorado since 1990. I have a background in toxicology and risk assessment, and I've been doing human health and ecological risk assessments for about 35 years now. Most recently, I've spent about 20 years working for the state of Wyoming, reviewing their human health risk assessments and ecological risk assessments for their volunteer remediation program, where we're closing down our refineries. In addition, I have worked for the city of Fort Collins and the city of Thornton doing education process around oil and gas and around the risk assessment process.
So commissioners, and Mimi Larson, who is the hearings manager, is also part of the sort of rulemaking team that I've put together. And so I will invite her to pipe in if she has comments as we're delivering in the next few minutes. I want to just let the commissioners know that Geosyntec has been really helpful to get it to us at staff level, in particular as we've gathered our staff and talked about the cumulative impacts, which is sort of the a new regime for the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. So with that, we've got a little bit of a slideshow. Let's see if I can get it to work. Oh, here we go. Okay, so these are the sort of the three topics that we want to talk with you about. One is the spring 2020-19-181 rulemakings. Two, the concept that this is a holistic approach to rulemaking, because it is. And then we're going to update the calendar a little bit in terms of what we're thinking in terms of timing of rulemakings. So the rulemakings required by SB 19-181 are, you've seen this before, flow lines, mission change. That is for members of the public, the rulemaking that evolves around the change in Senate Bill 181 that our mission is to no longer foster oil and gas, but to regulate oil and gas in a manner that's protective. And so the mission change is the rulemaking that we have started on in terms of looking at the rules that are within our rule book and trying to accomplish several large-scale themes, the creation of a more neutral regulatory framework being one, the elevation of protection of the environment, health, safety, welfare, wildlife, people, in terms of the regulation of oil and gas that we're doing. On November 1st, we published a 25-page white paper that was staff's analysis of areas in which we felt like there should be discussion The white paper was not a document that indicated that all the areas that were identified were broken and needed fixed. It was just trying to point out that these are the areas that we should have discussion. We've used that white paper, I think, well to engender discussions amongst all of our stakeholders, and we will continue doing that. We've had individual meetings with several of you, and on rulemaking, we're allowed to meet individually with you. I can't meet with two of you or more because that's an open meeting, but that way you can be more involved in giving us your insight on these topics. It's mission change, cumulative impacts. We're going to sort of have a discussion with you today about cumulative impacts and what that means in just a little bit this afternoon, but that's another one of the top 4. Alternative location analysis is the last of the 4 that are required to be acted upon by this commission. So this commission that was seated for a year and a few months is mandated by Senate Bill 19-181 to adopt rules on these areas. There are other rules that are required by SB 19-181. We heard this morning about wellbore integrity. Again, excited that we had stakeholder group come together and work on the SOGR report that you heard this morning. Excited that there seems to be genuine consensus amongst stakeholders. That consensus has been reviewed by my engineering staff, and I think we're going to be in a good place to have a good rulemaking in February. Want to, just as an aside, thank the presenters today. I think they did a very good job of educating all of us about the elements of the downhole operations that are going on, and I think that will be informative to all of you as we get into the wellbore integrity rulemaking in February. There'll be a pop quiz this afternoon at 5 on wellbore integrity, so we'll all be ready for that. I'm sorry? Financial assurance and wildlife are 2 other areas in which we need to undertake rulemakings. The wildlife component I'm going to give to Julie real quick because she needs to talk a little bit too. But the concept here is that under mission change, under cumulative impacts, under the previous executive order that you're going to talk about, and something else, there are several different elements of wildlife that we need to be talking about.
Jeff covered 2 of the important ones. There are some changes in Senate Bill 19-181 to the wildlife offset mitigation requirements specifically that will need to be incorporated into our rules. There's an executive order under Hickenlooper 1 or 2 that pertain to wildlife and making sure that we're adequately considering the work that CPW is doing in the wildlife realm. And there's been an ongoing commitment by this agency to revise and update its wildlife related rules that has continued to be triaged as the #1 issue to be resolved until something else jumps to the front of it, say like flow lines in the post Firestone world. So there are a number of different competing pieces that are coming together under what I would consider a wildlife rulemaking. And then there's, within the concept of wildlife, there are kind of 2 pieces of it. One is the permitting and the siting of new locations and what process that should go through and what consultation should look like with CPW as we now have an opportunity to evolve that. How do we make better use of both agencies' time and in particular make very good use of CPW's expertise as this agency makes decisions about how and where to site oil and gas locations. And then the second component is updating the rules, as I kind of alluded to, in these broader areas. And how that all hangs together as part of mission change, where we're talking about changing our permitting process generally in our consultation process versus what we could push off to next fall after hopefully having a successful workshopping group with key stakeholders, including CPW in particular, with the idea of like, if we spend time working those through and working it through that process to come closer to a consensus type draft for the professional commission to take up versus piling so much into this spring that we don't have as much time to think critically about how to incorporate those changes and how to make the best use of all of our stakeholders' resources as well. All of us only have 24 hours in a day, and so those are kind of the pieces we're struggling with in the offsite mitigation, where that folds in. I think we're continuing to refine and would have a better idea of what that looks like come January.
So I think sort of suffice it to say that I think what we're going to do is convene stakeholder groups to discuss wildlife as an issue, because there are so many different components of it. And then those groups, I think, will help inform us, is there a component of wildlife emission change, or does wildlife get interwoven into cumulative impacts, or is it wildlife mapping, and when do we get to that? And so that's an important topic. It is sort of a standalone here. That doesn't mean that it's going to be its own rulemaking. It's just we wanted to make sure that we had a placeholder for the important topic. I think someone mentioned earlier today that wildlife resources sort of gets lost in 181 discussions because it's maybe at the tail end of public health, safety, welfare, environment, and wildlife resources. But we want to make sure it's not lost, but we're just being honest in the fact that to date, stakeholders discussions that we've had and that we need to convene have not informed me or Julie or our staff, like what's the best way to approach that. And so we're gonna do that. Questions on that?
Commissioner Eaton.
And just to be clear, you're still talking about addressing this within the context of some of these rules, but talking about having a conversation or a stakeholder process for convenience to identify what is essential to be within the ongoing rulemakings, and if there are pieces that need to be separate. Is that, or?
I was more thinking and not articulating clearly, obviously, convening a stakeholder work group to look at the 1200 series in their entirety and how do we work through those, and are there process improvements? I think that to me feels like a better conversation to run through a stakeholder process where we have diverse points of view trying to come together on consensus ideas. Whereas the kind of the citing and the consultation question, I think it makes more sense for everybody's use of resources to address that on the front end now when we're talking about, and during mission change, when we're talking about changing the permitting requirements for all locations, we should fold into that an important conversation about consultation on wildlife.
Okay. That makes sense. Thank you.
Oh, and then worker certification is another one. I'd forgotten about that. That's, again, it's out there. It's likely a professional commission undertaking at that point. Oh, and then here's the asterisk: to be completed by the professional commission is seated on July 1. So that's the top 4. And that's the end of that slide. So types of rulemakings. So staff and I sort of, have sort of 2 big buckets that we see rulemakings: the technical and sort of the concrete, the areas around flow lines, what we learned today about the technical components around wellbore integrity. And then, we sort of see that there's a second big subset, which is sort of the big picture reorganization, as well as the breaking new ground. And that's under mission change and cumulative impacts and alternate location analysis. In that regard, I think you can see that there is some reason to our madness in terms of how we've staged the rulemakings with this commission. We threw you into the weeds right after you were seated, and we did the 500 series ALJ rulemaking, which we thought was going to be, kind of short and concise, and it was to a certain extent, but there was a lot of people that were involved that wanted to see a lot more. A lot of that lot more will ultimately be in mission change, but we thought that it made sense to start there and then flow lines followed by, now maybe the lucky win on wellbore integrity as technical concrete rules that will inform you as commissioners, will inform us as a new staff that is doing this, and then culminating with the spring rulemaking around these last 3 topics: mission change, cumulative impact, and alternate location analysis. Just a slide here on the wellbore integrity rulemaking. I think we've covered this today. You're aware that the industry and environmental groups worked comprehensively on the SOGR report and produced a series of rules. We learned today what's happening currently, and then we will open up the rulemaking so that it would be ready for the February 26, 27, 2020 rulemaking. So our approach to mission change, as well as cumulative impacts and alternate location analysis, at the end of, well, after having discussions with stakeholders, so we started with mission change and published the white paper, and then we started to have discussions amongst ourselves and with our consultant and with stakeholders about the other two cumulative impacts. We've had some meetings with some folks around alternate location analysis. It became, I think, obvious to us, and you know, I pretty much think there's consensus amongst all stakeholders that all of this is really interrelated. And we had initially set this up, I think last May, maybe when we came up with our initial calendar, or June, that we would do mission change in February, and then we would do cumulative impacts in April, and then sometime we'd find a little time for alternate location analysis. And we think that that doesn't recognize that holistically we're trying to implement 181. So just questions, how can we reimagine our permitting process under mission change, which is one of the questions we have out there, not that it needs to completely be reanalyzed, but we think the question needs to be asked. And how do you do that without thinking about exploring and incorporating a cumulative impacts analysis? Similarly, how can we talk about alternate location without establishing cumulative impacts? Because they do relate hand in hand. Stakeholders and staff agree that the interrelationship of these topics really means that there should be, and I don't want to call it one rulemaking, but I want to call it a series of rulemakings that are close together. And so that's the email that we sent to you. That's the discussions that I have now had, or that I and Mimi and Julie have had with our stakeholders over the course of the last week or two. The feedback we've gotten is that, yeah, that does make sense. That allows us to do a few things, I think, better. One, it allows us to have additional stakeholders discussions around mission change, and at the same time, maybe having additional stakeholders discussions around cumulative impacts. I think the alternate location is more of a process rule that'll be a little simpler, but the other two have a lot of meat to them. And having, you know, being able to set aside, you know, several months to have those discussions, rather than our initial calendar had me rolling out, or had us rolling out rulemaking for mission change like next week, just didn't make sense. So that's how it is that we're thinking about the interrelationship between these things. I want to now explore with you a little bit about how do we do what Senate Bill 19-181 tells us to do. And the language was fairly simple. It said that we shall, or the commission is addressed with evaluating and addressing the potential for cumulative impacts from oil and gas operations in consultation with CDPHE. That's it. It was a clause. That clause, you know, there's some breadth and depth to that in one vein could be thought of as scary because we don't have a ton of direction. On the other hand, it gives this commission and our stakeholders the opportunity to really evaluate the concept of cumulative impacts from all the various angles, and then try to arrive at the right approach for this commission. And then I think we should be looking toward the subsequent professional commission and what is the course of the next period of time for that. So to sort of simplify it, even though it's quote complicated, it's multiple wells and pads. It's multiple proposed development plans. There are different impacts that result from multiple wells and pads and multiple development plans. And these are not exhaustive, but they are illustrative. Air, soil, water, waste, so E&P waste, sort of quality of life impacts from multiple wells and pads, noise, odor, light, you know, I'm sure there's others. We are suggesting that we start the discussion around cumulative impacts by thinking about creating a cumulative impact phased approach. So don't and this is staff and we've had discussions with some stakeholders, is we think that to get this right, and I'll have Jill and Stephen speak to this, a phased approach makes sense. What that does is it allows us to create a cumulative impacts process this year, this spring. And then we would want to use that process in a manner that we can achieve success on what cumulative impacts at that stage means for once this gets turned on, and these rules will be turned on with the professional commission. We will be acting and operating under our current rule set until we get to July 1 of 2020. Staff and I think that it allows for a management process with regard to the issues that are raised above. And it would allow for a more effective initial implementation. So what we're thinking is, and this is another reason that we want to explore mission change at the same time that we're exploring cumulative impacts and alternate sites, because I think when you look at the package as it will be bundled and presented to you, when you look at all of it, we will be, I think, in a place where we can say we've effectively implemented 181 as the legislature has instructed us. So for example, with mission change, we will be editing and changing our rules. We don't know the extent at this point. We're still having discussions, but we will be elevating the concept of protecting the environment, protecting people near wells. That is still likely to be, at least in one facet, on a well location by well location basis, because that is one of the approaches that operators use to undertake their business strategy. Is they come in and they ask for a well location and they want to receive a permit for it. We will also be in mission change. We want to provide incentives for comprehensive planning. So comprehensive development plans has a real good element toward capturing the goals of not only alternate location, but cumulative impacts. But we do need to recognize there is the business model that is still well location by well location. With that being the case, I think about cumulative impacts as giving us a tool to have a discussion about, well, what happens when you have a well location that is going in, say, near a neighborhood, and there is anticipated other well locations around that neighborhood, or there are already well locations around that neighborhood. Again, we're not defining parameters. We're not defining, we just want to start the discussion in that vein. And I see, and staff and I see cumulative impacts as being a tool where we could say, okay, you may receive your permit under mission change and it will elevate how you're protecting people, the environment, wildlife, resources. But it still is missing that cumulative impacts prong that ought to be evaluated when we have multiple locations around something, whether that's around a neighborhood, maybe around wildlife resources, I'm not sure. We want to have those discussions. And so that's where I want to start the discussion with the commission, want to start the discussion with stakeholders, is we should create a process that if you fall within a subset of a location and you have a oil and gas location that you want to permit, and there are either other ones that are going in around that location or they're already there, you go into a cumulative impacts analysis. And we then look at that and we evaluate the impacts that are cumulative from multiple locations around something. The something in large part and on the Front Range is neighborhoods, communities. That is one of the reasons I think behind 181. That something could potentially be wildlife if we're in an area of wildlife. But as Julie mentioned, I want to have a sort of broader discussion about wildlife with the relevant stakeholders so that we can make sure that we are embracing that last component of health, safety, welfare, environment, and wildlife. So that's the sort of introduction of that. I've got 3 slides now, and I'm going to turn it over to Jill and Stephen. They know cumulative impacts better than a lot of people. Their group works on this and has addressed this. They're going to give kind of a little higher level of analysis about risk-based approach and GIS and effective tools. They've got some slides that we're going to go through, and then the hope there is that between the phased approach that we're talking about, the high level approach about what is cumulative impacts, and then having a discussion with you about your thoughts, we would start a healthy discussion that can be moved down the road over the next several months as we try to identify and figure out what this commission is embracing relative to the initial steps of cumulative impacts. All right, let's see if we can do this. We're going to try to tag team.
So while I'm going to say a few words, you're really here to hear Steve, and he's more delightful to listen to than I am too with that accent. When Jeff and the team selected us to help them out with cumulative impacts, we sat down and talked about options. And a risk-based approach is kind of a common way to look at issues, both for the industry and regulators. Cumulative impacts is not new. The Air Division uses it for ozone and watershed protection. CPW uses it for wildlife and habitat protection. It is this idea of cumulatively looking at impacts and then trying to figure out what's the right kind of regulatory approach to address it is not new. Typically, agencies move towards things like plans, stormwater management plans, state implementation plans, wildlife cumulative development type plans. You look at plans as a way to, as a regulator, to get the industry to help address the impacts that you see. So the question is, what is the system that these guys can create and need to create to do that? Well, one thing we encouraged them, and I didn't take encouragement, was to rely on existing agencies and the data sources that they have as much as possible. It leads into a phase type approach because you're taking on a lot of topics in a cumulative impact concept. So the idea of starting with something that's focused on the human community, where there's aspects of it that will relate to the ecosystem community. Steve and the team can address both. All of that, in my humble opinion, as being a former regulator and getting the right regulations, it makes a lot more sense. You're going to learn as you go along. You're going to collect data, assess it. You're going to learn about best practices that the industry is implementing, best practices that your other stakeholders bring to the table, and then continue to improve your regulatory program with that data and that information. So that's why we were a big fan of the phase type approach and heavily relying on data and the risk side of things. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague here who's going to educate.
Thank you, Jill. So what is risk assessment? I'm just going to give a quick overview of the process itself and not get into the details. And I think at the end of that, if you have any questions, obviously you can certainly answer those. In this sort of environment, there are two kinds of risk assessment that we generally look at, and they're both out to protect public safety and health. The first one is, what is the probability of an accident happening? And the second is, what is the consequence of that accident or event? And the way that we look at this type of risk assessment is to assume that something is happening and then look at the potential consequences associated with that. So it's a well-known tool for managing environmental issues. Started back in the 1970s and has been used centrally in US environmental permitting and hazardous waste cleanup. It's used, as Jill said, in the state currently by CDPHE and the oil inspection section. So it's not an unknown tool. In fact, it's known well enough that there are guidance documents that can lead one through risk assessments of different types with different kinds of chemicals. And so it's an ideal tool that relies on data, often conservative assumptions to calculate or estimate what a risk might be, and then that allows you to manage that risk. So once one has an understanding of the risks associated with one well, one can then understand how that might build up into the cumulative impacts from multiple wells. In addition, as Dr. Robbins talked about, all wells are in a specific location. And so managing location by location is perfect for GIS systems. And so one can use GIS systems to manage not only one well, but future wells, and look at that in relationship to communities, both human and ecological. And as things change, so assumptions can change in the risk assessment process. So it allows you to incorporate best management practices, new technologies, control technologies, and so on. So Next slide. Oh, okay. All right, there you go. You had a wonderful presentation earlier today that showed a number of graphics like this one. And so I'm sure you're familiar with the general concept here. Really, the idea behind this graphic is just to show you that there are multiple potential exposure pathways. And the risk assessment process can manage multiple pathways. The trick is to just break them down into simple processes. Some exposure pathways have more risk than others. So if there is no spill or no release to soil, then clearly there's no risk from being exposed to that soil. If there are releases, then you can manage those releases by estimating where they are and where they might go. We call this a conceptual site model, and this is just another representation of a conceptual site model that helps break down that image into these different components. And so by looking at the different components, one can get a much better sense of what needs to be managed. If we look at the lower line first, this really addresses quality of life issues, noise, light, traffic, and so on. And again, they are local to a particular location. They would be managed at that specific level. And that's consistent with how you might look at potential ecological impacts. The well is stationary, the animals move. And so for the potential releases that you might have, there are releases locally, and those that will go beyond the property boundary of the organization doing the work. And they can be transported to residences and so on. And the process here really just breaks that down into looking at single chemicals, multiple chemicals, single wells, multiple wells, and you can see how that can then build up to look at cumulative impacts in a particular community and beyond. And so it's really just the process of breaking down so that we can understand those components. That's sort of a high-level view.
What we'll do is I'm going to bring it back to sort of our idea about what we ought to do in this initial phase. And then really this is meant for a discussion with you. You've got I and my staff, you've got these experts, and we can have kind of a roundtable discussion about this introduction to cumulative impacts to the commission for the first time. So again, what we're sort of thinking, if you do a phased approach, we start with community quality of life impacts are sort of at the heart by examining neighborhoods and communities that are within a certain distance to one or more facilities. We can accurately address impacts to humans. So phase one, does an additional well increase the impacts to a community? We would create a regulatory protocol that acknowledges that sites are different. Also, the impacts that arise from oil and gas operations, pre-production, production, different construction phases, wells and potential releases, all of that needs to be determined. The amount and type of data for these phases varies. There are different community receiving environments. That gets to the proximity. If we've got oil and gas locations that are not near neighborhoods or subdivisions, that's a different creature than if there are oil and gas locations that are out in sort of the rural parts of the state, or if there are oil and gas operations, say on the West Slope that we went and visited. That was, what was that, an hour and a half drive in a van out into the middle of the plateau there. Obviously, cumulative impacts there is a different thing than cumulative impacts for pads that are near neighborhoods here in the Northern Front Range. And we think that we need to build a rule that acknowledges those distinctions. Again, multiple existing wells in the community. We talk about the ecological environments. Again, from our perspective, we're proposing a phased approach. So here's another sort of diagram about how to sort of think about this, at least to start to think about it. One pad with several wells. Obviously, we know that there are impacts from that. The level and extent need to be identified through the permitting process. And that's where I get back to doing a holistic permitting process, I think is really helpful because you'll be able to see under mission change the elements that our new proposed rules and regulations will be to, up the ante on protecting the environment, protecting people near a well location. The cumulative impacts analysis, if we go this route, adds that additional layer. If there are multiple pads with more than just one set of wells, then the air impacts, light, odor, noise, dust, traffic, all of that is potentially greater. That doesn't mean that it always will be, and I think the cumulative impacts analysis, even if you get into a box that says you need to do that analysis, as I've thought about it, the first thing is look at the permit right up front and see if it's potentially already protected. It potentially already is addressing impacts that may be cumulative. I say that because the well locations that I'm looking at now under objective criteria, we've got a lot of really smart operators that realize that under in the 19181 world, they need to be doing these things, and they're doing it volitionally, and they're bringing locations that I am finding are approvable. I anticipate that if we create a regulatory regime such as this, you will see proactive activity from operators to provide smart facilities located correctly, et cetera. So, I'm sorry. Oh. So then, if that's the concept of phase one, then what would the concept of phase two be? Well, obviously, the one thing that we know that will happen is in July of 2020, the professional commission is seated. And, I think that what makes sense is, and as we talked about, when you're embracing a new regulatory regime, create something that we can test and we can try it out and we can see if it's working. So we can have wells come in that go into the cumulative impacts box. We look and we evaluate, are there impacts that are indeed cumulative around quality of life, et cetera, that need to be addressed. Try it out. And then at some point, and I would anticipate that we would receive direction from me, direction from this commission to the professional commission, you ought to do cumulative impacts 2.0 at some point. And that broadens the receptors that would be considered. It potentially broadens the geographic extent of cumulative impact analysis. But it starts and gives us a chance to see if we're doing it in a manner that is going to be successful. So with that, the last piece that we wanted to present to you today is the new rulemaking calendar. We have defined out actually sort of a more specific time frame, but we're checking that with each of you individually before we daylight that to the public, and we've not finished our checking, but we would anticipate having more specific calendared times for hearings here very soon. Mimi, is that capture that correctly?
You did, yes.
Okay. The other thing that I want to float to this board or daylight is the concept that under the statute, the commission must be seated by July 1 of 2020. But in my opinion, the statute does not require that the four rules, the mission change, cumulative impact, alternate site, flow lines, I don't think that I'm pretty certain, it does not require that those rules go into effect on July 1, 2020. And so one of the things that I would like some feedback on, and I've asked this of stakeholders as well, is if we get to a point where an additional month on rulemaking or an additional month that would provide us for stakeholder engagement makes sense, maybe what we try to do is get the rules adopted in time so that they're effective, say, mid-August. That does a few things. Again, that means our drop dead date is not May 11th for rulemaking, which would be a requirement if we have a July 1 turn-on date. We could go into June. Secondly, it does give us a little more time on the front end to make sure we're getting these super rulemakings done correctly. And third, what it does is it does give the new professional commission a small period of time to sort of get their feet wet and before they are move into the day-to-day, full-on day-to-day business with new rules. That the fourth thing that does for my staff and I is once you do rules, we have to do guidelines about how those rules get implemented. And in particular, if we are changing to a certain extent the permitting process, the forms by which we permit will likely change. And so there's a lift there that we actually are already starting to do just because we can kind of see some of the direction. But we can't obviously finish that until we get the rules actually adopted and we know what they are. So that's the last component, I think, of what I wanted our presentation to be. And now we're done. And so that was 30 minutes. We're here to take questions. We're here also at this point to allow the commission to discuss amongst yourselves now that you've seen what a phased approach may look like, what cumulative impacts risk assessment. We've got the experts in the room. We want to have an initial good discussion amongst you. So thank you for your time.
Commissioner Hopkins.
Question. I'm going to try to look at this from a local government perspective and the idea that local governments can be more restrictive than the state regulation on the same type of activity. Have you given any thought to, and when I think about multiple pads, impacts on communities, and I think about Front Range, I think about some communities that are very close together and very different cultures with regard to how their governments work, et cetera, things like that. Have you given any thought to how you would handle that type of issue where multiple jurisdictions would have potentially their own regulations on how to handle those things and how to integrate that into the cumulative impact process that you're going through? Because my sense is some of these local governments may have different ideas about how best to address cumulative impacts. So that's my question.
Yeah, well, and again, I think that gets to the concept that all of this needs to be evaluated at the same time and holistically. We also have alternate location analysis tool that we need to develop. The one rulemaking that is not like on our radar, but it is something that we're doing and we will continue to do, is to further define and redefine the regulatory relationship between state government and local governments, in particular those local governments who want to be stricter or want to do more on location analysis, et cetera. I think all of that is part and parcel of the discussion, Commissioner Hopkins. I think you're aware I meet with the various local government groups routinely to have those discussions. And I think as we start to flesh out more, what is alternative location, what is cumulative impacts, we can have those discussions with local governments. I think hopefully it becomes more of a partnership. If local governments are doing those sorts of things, that we can serve as a partner to help them understand potentially, what are the permitting implications of various locations, because, as you saw earlier, we have a lot of information about downhole recovery of resource and mineral estate development.
Just a quick observation. I've seen the allied local governments starting to form a broader coalition of those governments up and down the Front Range. And I think that might be a reasonable thing to have a discussion with that particular group to get their perspective, because I can tell they're working very cooperatively together to try to find common ground. But I do think it's an issue that's worth having a discussion with those folks.
Agreed. Thank you.
Discussion. Okay, that's it for now.
Commissioner Putnam.
Thank you, Chairman Gibbs. So just as a kind of big picture observation, I think the conceptual framework makes sense. I think the phased approach makes sense given the time available. And I think it would be better to do a few things absolutely right than spread it really thin and not do any of them particularly well. And so I think that approach generally makes sense. I think one of the things that I'm trying to figure out from my perch at CDPHE is just how this process integrates with other processes we have that are looking at the cumulative effects of oil and gas operations. And I think air is the most obvious, although we can talk about water, although that may weigh to the professional commission. So ozone and climate change are classic cumulative impacts. Any one facility is not really going to move the needle, for those regional or global scale pollutants. When you put them all together, they can have a profound effect, and in fact, they are. The oil and gas is the #1 source of VOCs in the Denver metro area, and we know that we have to cut them deeply if we're going to get into attainment of the ozone standard. So I think one of the questions I'm struggling with a little bit, we've had some conversations with staff, is just how to integrate those processes. AQCC has the task of minimizing emissions from the sector, which is different, I think, than cumulative, but they're obviously related. And just the way that air quality regulations work traditionally, it often focuses on a kind of source by source. You get it down to some level, if it's below a threshold, you get a permit. Here, I think, we've seen an explosion just in the number of facilities, which has eroded some of the progress we've made on a kind of site by site, pad by pad, well by well sort of basis. And so one of the questions is how to capture that. We're in the midst of preparing for our state implementation plan for ozone. As part of that, we will be inventorying, and then we will move to a large regional scale ozone model. It's a big, complicated, hairy mess, takes years and a lot of time to put together. But one of the things that we hope to get out of it is just what our total level of emissions need to be if we're going to comply with those standards. So you can think of that as almost a carrying capacity of VOCs or NOx that we need to get there. Because that process is probably going to take us in the latter half of next year, it might make sense for us to complete that work and then figure out how to plug that in into the cumulative impacts assessment. But I'd make sure that we leave a placeholder for it, because when I look at the millions of people we have exposed to unacceptable levels of ozone, that's a big cumulative impact that we can't avoid. Similarly, we are going through as a state a greenhouse gas reduction roadmap process right now that will take us through third quarter of next year. That similarly will try to tell us how are we going to get to the legislatures and the governors pretty strong goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, methane being particularly critical here. And we already know we're going to get some cuts out of the power sector. We're looking really across the board at where it can be cut, but at some point we know that we'll need to reduce methane emissions from the sector if we're going to meet that goal. So the question is how much, and I think that also needs to be worked in. I think that may be a good phase 2, but again, I think we need to leave a strong placeholder because that impact I think is critical as well. And so I want to make sure that we both bite off something we can manageably chew, but also not lose sight of the big picture, because I think some of these regional pollutants are ultimately as or more important than some of the localized ones, which are important in their own right. So, and we can go into the same issues with water. We establish impaired sections, stream sections. For many of them, they have a total maximum daily load. For those of you who are clean water geeks, basically how much pollutant can you put in a water source and still comply with those standards. I think there are tools there for cumulative impact that we can fit oil and gas in, and it requires a holistic view, not just of oil and gas, but of everything else, because oil and gas exists in a kind of bigger ecosystem of impacts, air pollutants, water pollutants, everything else. So trying to fit that into the structure, I think, will be critical, but I think you've got a good first step for doing so. And my recommendation is that we leave strong instructions for the professional commission to pick up these issues, when we have that carrying capacity for ozone, when we have that glide slope for greenhouse gases later next year. And it really should be one of the first things I think that they pick up.
Other feedback? Yeah, Commissioner Overturf.
Thank you. I'd like to just follow up on part of what Commissioner Putnam said. And I also understand the value generally of the phased approach that staff has laid out, but it also strikes me that that it seems to ignore what I see as probably the largest elephant in the room, which is greenhouse gas pollution and climate change. And we know that if we're going to avoid the most detrimental impacts of climate change, that we need to limit warming to 1.5 or 2 degrees Celsius. And in order to do that, in turn, we're going to need to achieve the science-based greenhouse gas emission reduction goals that were outlined in House Bill 1261. It strikes me that it is going to be nearly impossible for us to reach those goals unless we make significant cuts in greenhouse gas pollution from a variety of sectors, but among them is oil and gas, particularly given that the greenhouse gas pollution from the oil and gas exploration and production phases that we regulate is primarily methane, which is far more, while it is shorter lived, it's far more potent. So for all of those reasons, it strikes me that while I agree with Commissioner Putnam that this is an important cumulative impact and that this commission post passage of Senate Bill 181 has unique authority to act and to act boldly in this realm, that I would urge us to include this among the first phase of cumulative impacts that we are evaluating, in no small part because we know that we have gone along a path of business as usual for far too long. And if we're going to achieve the types of reductions that the science tells us we have to act as quickly as possible to start reducing our emissions. And my concern is that if we push it into the second phase, it could be 2 or 3 years before we start actually implementing something. And I would prefer us to start kind of iterating and exploring different ways that we could utilize that authority in this first phase so that we can gain some experience with it. And then hopefully the future professional commission can build upon our work and do an even better job. So I wanted to put that out there as I think a very critical component of cumulative impacts and something that I'm really hoping we can address in phase 1.
Commissioner Putnam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and agree with Commissioner Overturf about the imperative and kind of time-sensitive nature to this. I think there's two pieces of the equation when we're looking at the kind of cumulative impacts. The first is the rate at which emissions are emitted site to site. The other is just the total level, how much activity, how much production, how many wells, how many new permits, all those things. I think we at CDPHE are heavily focused on rulemaking now. We'll be doing that starting tomorrow to reduce the rate and minimize that rate. And I think that's a critical element. And I think as part of mission change and as part of looking at that, we should make sure that the tightest controls available are out there. I think the harder question is how to get a hold of that level of activity and the means by which one would address that, and the extent to which it is necessary and how we actually do that. That I think is going to require some additional information gathering. But maybe we start that conversation. We're certainly doing that now at CDPHE through the rulemaking we have, which I think for the first time is going to collect better and more detailed information than we've had in the past about methane and other emissions. Probably need to look at forecasts and how that's going to work out into the future, as well as some of the kind of statewide goals that we're working on with other sectors of both methane and CO2. So certainly would encourage us to do everything we can as soon as we can. And the question, I think, is how quickly can we integrate those things in a cumulative impact sort of assessment?
Can I just follow up on that?
Mr. Chair,
sorry.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So I appreciate Commissioner Putnam that distinction about the level of emissions on a sort of per site basis versus the overall sort of landscape view of emissions. And it's that landscape view where I feel like this commission is particularly well suited to take a holistic look at permitting and activity across the state and to really chart a future pathway for how we grant permits, what the conditions of those permits are, the timing of those permits, et cetera. And I do agree that it will require a great deal of information gathering. I think it is certainly possible to do, and that's part of the reason why I feel so much urgency to get it started as soon as possible, because I think it is, there are simpler ways to address it and more complex ways to address it, but to the extent that we can start that conversation now, I think we are setting ourselves up for success. And I'm sorry, I interrupted you, Commissioner Boygan.
Commissioner Boygan.
No, sorry, I interrupted you, and I apologize. I'm standing outside and there's some background noise, and I'm not at my computer, so I didn't get to see the slides. So I may have missed some of the nuance of what was being presented, but I just wanted to weigh in while I could.